I really need to clear my throat before I hit the play button or the start streaming button because I don't know. I don't know if you ever actually catch that, but I always do it after I hit start. And I have a feeling that those of you who like to watch right from the start wind up getting an earful. So sorry about that. I'm about halfway. No, actually, still a little later than I was planning. I wanted tea, so I got tea, and that is why I come to you belatedly. But let's take a minute here. We've got the quality options, and we are going back to Industries of Titan tonight. So, as mentioned before, Brace Yourself Games has given me a really wonderful dilemma in the sense that they have given me a press key, a promotional key for both Industries of Titan and Phantom Brigade. And I really like both games. I will admit, not by any, attempts at some sort of an objective measure or anything like that. Phantom Brigade is very much my kind of game, and I think those of you who know the channel. I wonder why it's not showing up. Let me just deal with that real quick. But yeah, so for those of you who know my style, I really do like turn-based strategy. And I think it's probably one of the most consistent types of games that I have played. And so it's a shame because for a while I'd sort of, I was kind of waiting for the next patch. The one small problem I run into, and this has changed a little bit because of my a couple of changes in terms of the lineup. I was a little more, I wouldn't say hesitant to play it, but one of the drawbacks was they were updating the game so much that one problem I was running into was that anytime I would start a new, so I'd start a save on one stream, and then there would be sort of an update that would potentially invalidate that work. And that's great. That's actually what you want for a game that's in early access. But of course, it makes it very difficult for me when I'm juggling several different games at once. I really didn't like the idea that basically people were seeing the beginning of a lot of runs and we were never seeing the ending. How you doing, Skidlocked? But unfortunately, that kind of went too far in the other direction where, I had this really wonderful key that I was given in a game that I really enjoyed. And there have been a couple of patches where I haven't done any coverage for it at all, and not for any dislike of the game by any stretch of the imagination. So I knew that the Quality of Life patch Quality of Life 2 patch was coming up. And I've actually been putting a little more time into this on my own because, let's face it, it's a really good game. And I didn't want to be completely learning the game all over again. But I think the time has come for me to come back to Titan and to make everybody's lives better through the power of the free market. So let's take a minute here. And those of you who are watching on YouTube, of course, I'm sure most of you kind of know by now, I try to do at least no more than 10 minutes of sort of prepping people and giving people a chance to come in. I see that I've already mentioned Skidlocked, who's basically coming in right at the start, so thank you for that. But it does give me a chance too to just kind of catch up and see some of the details. So December update, Quality of Life features 2.0, optimized power system. Oh yes, this is a big one. So it's a little bit more like Tetris now. So I believe if you have a power section which is adjacent, it doesn't have to be overlapping anymore. I believe adjacency is sufficient. Interior view, quick access, rebuild destroyed buildings, burrow roads, repair ship tiles and devices in the shipyard, cancel repair. Previously done customizable ships, ship-to-ship combat. This is huge. I don't think I've ever shown any of the ship-to-ship. But the intro and the outro are the best part. Thank you, Skidlocked. I mean, I'm under no illusions that some people don't even necessarily care about what game I'm doing so much, just so long as I kind of keep talking. But I try to balance as good as I can. I don't go in thinking that I'm going to have less gameplay and more talking on something, but I think one of the things that's really nice, and Industries of Titan really leans into this too, there's ideas behind these games, and it makes for interesting stuff to talk about. So I do my best not to not to get too indulgent about it, but I do know that sometimes I sort of let the conversation get the better of me. 6 combat devices, shipyard building, 15-player ship. 15-player ships? Oh, 15 different types of ships. 12 rebel ships, city view ship-to-ship combat, advisor system, call to arms, dynamic weather, transportation, Xenthane gameplay. So I think the last time I played this, actually, I got hit by this because I snacked on a whole bunch of different fuel refineries, and all of a sudden I was wondering why nothing was producing fuel. Air purifier building, industrial fan building, which I am told looks a lot like an NVIDIA product. Event log, photo mode, jukebox and new tracks, codex, job management version 2. I actually quite like the changes that they made to job management. Rebalance difficulty. Coming soon, population simulation version 1.0, residential, livability, and vacancy. So I'm going to assume that having a house in the factory is not going to be as good as having a dedicated living quarters. Jobs, distance and availability, pedestrian traffic, commute and density, and day and night cycle, work, leisure, and sleep, and more. And then planned future updates, factory and production gameplay, localization, tech tree, wind, fire, and temperature, liquids and drinks, food, farms, hunger, leisure clubs, health, hospitals, and more. Reputation, rival corporations, combat floors, aesthetics and cosmetics, and new factions. So, clearly when I first played this, I was looking at the early access version of the game, and I had this impression of this game being sort of like I guess it'd be sort of like what Into the Breach is to XCOM. It's a really nice sort of stripped down version of a city builder, and it was really fun in that regard. But I very clearly misunderstood what they had intended to do with this game. Now, the great news is that this is awesome as a city builder. I loved Surviving Mars, and I think what's really neat about Industries of Titan is that it's doing its own thing. So I'm sort of able to live in a world where I both play Industries of Titan and Surviving Mars, and I feel like they are 2 games that I enjoy very much, but don't necessarily overlap to a point where I would play one at to the exclusion of the other. And I mean, it's hard to say. I was mentioning a little bit earlier how Brace Yourself, specifically Ryan Clark, released these pre-recorded Clark Tank videos on sort of video game hooks and sort of how he thinks about bringing a game to market. Because obviously someone like me, I have a job which is in no way affiliated with the game industry. Although I'll actually, you know what? Let's get a quick thing out of the way right now. Some of you may not know, but I did a little something for Kit Fox, and I can show you now. Sorry, I'm talking about Brace Yourself, and now I've switched to Kit Fox, but I think some of you guys will find this interesting. So, Kit Fox Games gave me access to their sales data. So this would be the sales data for Moon Hunters, Fit for a King, and The Shrouded Isle. And there's a lot of talk about wish lists, and there's also been sort of a counter. So a lot of people have been talking about wish lists and how important they are for games, and there's also sort of been a reaction against that, the emphasis on wish lists, because I think people started looking at that measure without all of the things sort of associated around it, and so now there's a conversation about wish list quality that's going on. And so based off of Kit Fox's data, I put together something that I thought was a fairly effective measure of wishlist quality, and it sort of talked a little bit about the dynamics behind what happens when someone wishlists a game, what some of the differences between maybe somebody who wishlists a game before and after release does. Obviously, it's up to people to judge their market and judge their player base. I can't necessarily tell you the reasons or what marketing tool turns someone from a wish list into a sale. But what this does do is provide a fairly unambiguous tool to identify wishlist quality. And I'll talk about that maybe on a different stream. This is obviously for Industries of Titan, but this is something that I'd sort of been teasing for a while. So it was Kickfox Games, which was the developer that gave me access to their data. I was very happy about that. Specifically, Victoria Tran and Tanya X Short. I owe big thank yous for both their feedback, but also entertaining some weirdo coming after them and asking for their data. But for those of you who are looking for... I was hoping known issues would... Okay, it's in a browser window. I'll read this out really quickly. Yeah, anyways, I know some of you are waiting for that, so I wanted to get that out of the way. And anyways, where I was going with mentioning that was not to actually bring up Kitfox. It was specifically so that I could talk about that Clark Tank. I think they call it Clark Tank Deep Dive. When you take a look at a game like Industries of Titan and you look at a video like that, you can really sort of see what the intentions are behind this game and sort of who they are trying to appeal to. It doesn't mean that this is like a video game designed by committee or designed by like a bunch of market researchers or something like that. But I think it's neat to sort of know a little bit of the thinking behind it and to just sort of see the process of the game being made, which is why early access is exciting, right? I've showed you my data. Please respond. How you doing, Night Valiant? It's always good to see you. I'm sorry I wasn't very talkative last night, but I had a ton of stuff to do. If you have seen that Medium post that I just put in there, now you know what I was doing instead of chatting with you. Okay, known issues with Industries of Titan. Storage issues do exist. They are generally the cause of idle employee bugs. Please continue to report them. There might be power issues that we've missed. Reports are always appreciated. Trucks can become permanently reserved in certain instances and disappear when the transport hub is upgraded if they are wrongly reserved. Sometimes mines have infinite resources. Automatically show selected grid option no longer functions. Building a conversion capsule with no valid entrances can cause the new employee being converted to accidentally reserve a truck when they shouldn't have. What an odd... Okay. Large ships with many crew pods and devices can cause the game to run slowly as it recalculates which tiles are repairable. Aha! That was probably the bug that I ran into on a private game. Game performance declines as city gets larger. Claiming tiles with a shipyard multiplies the claim SFX, making it louder. Transportation overlay sometimes glitches out and does not display trucks properly. Rebel barks interrupt tutorial dialogue. OBS gets broken by the drag and drop widget used by job prioritization. See FAQ. Buildings switch their orientation when constructed. Employees will use resources in a storage facility before they use the resources in a factory or HQ. Game over is not triggered if all valid storage is lost without the HQ being destroyed. Tooltips change positions when quickly hovering over certain elements. Highlighted floor defaults to level 1 when loading the game on a level 2 or level 3 of a building. Employees can move diagonally across tiles. Is that a bug? Employees occasionally do not use bridges correctly. Okay. The job priority will probably be a bit of an issue. And finally, before we jump into the game, so I'm well and truly past the sort of the 10-minute mark. But what I am going to do... Sorry, I just wanted to take a quick look. We are going to take a quick look at the codex, because that's always fun. Okay, Landfallers. Origin planet Various, population 2,581. Strengths, industrious, innovative, driven. Leader, none. First established 13 years ago. As the Titan gold rush ramped up, many startups and corporations from Earth, Mars, and the asteroid belt have scrambled to snap up ruin-rich land and start their own urban businesses. The Landfallers faction is the swirling, leaderless group of striving hopefuls from across the system. They're people who dream big and have probably tasted failure. They also share a common hyper-capitalist culture. Landfallers are motivated by their perilous position and the powerful rewards of success. Every once in a while, these ventures can be incredibly successful. A few are already on their way to becoming full-fledged factions on Titan. Fleeters. Oh, actually, Night Valiant, I think the first time that I came to your channel, you had mentioned what a good community manager Victoria was, and you'd asked a question about why I had. You said something as like, did you get in touch with her about I think about Lucifer Within Us or something like that, and it was actually this very thing. This very thing that I was talking with her about. That's why I had to be coy about it. So that's a nice little circle. So the one of the very first things we talked about is actually the work that was going into that article. That's why I couldn't say what it was. Okay, the Fleeters. Origin planet none, population 674, strengths hardworking, adaptable, diplomatic. Leader Tanith Tau. First established, the date in which the first person was born in 0G has been lost to time. Fleeters are born and grow up in 0G. Because of that, their bones are brittle. They tend to be taller than average, and they can withstand conditions many planet-born humans cannot. There are even rumors that they can survive exposed to outer space for longer, but the Luna Colony's Ethics Confederation put their foot down about experimenting to find out. One thing they can't do, however, is step foot planetside. Their weak bones would be crushed by the gravity, and there's all sorts of blood pressure problems that can arise. They are often contracted by the Council to do work in outer space that planet-board people aren't suited for. All right. You know what? I think I'm going to run into the same problem here, which is if I keep reading all of these, we're not going to get it. This is like Mass Effect. So what we're going to do as we continue to play, I'm going to do little codex breaks so that we can get onto the game. Okay, sorry, I'm really enjoying this tea. We're going to do standard game, dynamic difficulty, the intended way to play. In standard mode, enemy aggression is based off of your performance as a corporation. Determines how aggressive enemies will be in response to your performance. I think I'm just going to do normal because it has been a while. And we only have the one faction. So we've already done the biography for the Landfallers. 1 headquarters, 8 employees, 5 minerals, no isotopes, 100 credits, 20 influence, a 3x3 territory. Will you be the one who leads them to system dominance? And we have a few options. Now, I'm debating about which of these I want to try out. So we've got, in terms of starting conditions, low-risk land grant, normal resources, rocks, lakes, crevices, rebel camps, the Council's typical starting territory for new investments, unpleasant weather, derelict ruins, and a thick layer of poisonous cloud cover. We can do high risk, high reward, very high resources, very low rocks, very low lakes, very high crevices, very high rebel camps. The most lucrative parts of Titan are also the most dangerous. Only those who can protect their stakes will make it here. The rest will crumble into the crevices. And pioneering terraformer. Low resources, very high rocks, very high lakes, very low crevices, low rebel camps. An uninhabited, barren area of Titan, calm due to its abundance of rocky mountains and yet beautiful yet exotic waters, perfect for companies looking to trailblaze. So I think I'm going to try high risk, high reward here. I actually normally just tried low risk land grant because I like doing all the default options. And I'm fine using the default name, so thus begins the story of Hector Scientific. I think I'm going to avoid tutorials. I'm not going to do hardcore mode, though. I am, however, going to talk a little bit about how the tutorial works now, because I got caught out by a couple of things. But we'll enjoy the opening cinematic first. Codex trade never sleeps. Titan citizens barely do either, thanks to the incessant roar of low-atmosphere ship combat.
Founder, the Council is glad to see you. We have significant investments riding on your success. I hope you'll live up to our expectations.
Okay, so one of the things that I'll say, the tutorial for this game is quite good. However, for those of you that are going to be playing this game for the first time, and I highly recommend that you pick it up, even if you know that I have been given this key for promotional purposes. Do take advantage of the advisors. Now, I'm going to set up the colony the way that I want, and then I'm going to start using the advisors. But I will definitely say parts of the tutorial that started off as the tutorial explaining stuff, those are now reduced to the advisor screen. So if you don't look at that, you're not going to have all the information. And there were definitely a couple of points where I was like, well, why didn't the game tell me that? And the answer was the game did tell me that. It just told me it in a spot that didn't. I wasn't expecting it because of my exposure to the game previously. So here I'm just going to set up my workers to mess around with the ruins. Gives them something to do. Now, because of the higher rebel attacks, I am gonna kind of need to get a move on as far as building up my my ability to push them back. But we'll see where everything goes. I suppose as a first step, I'm gonna need to build a storage container, or I will when I have enough resources. So we've got minerals, isotope. All right. So it looks like I don't have any spots where it's unambiguously artifacts. That's a little bit of a shame. But this seems like a prime spot for salvage. So this is 3 red artifacts. I want to take that. A single red artifact I feel like I'll be able to make up through others. Now this has isotopes. I genuinely don't know if I want to... I genuinely don't know whether or not I want to take this for the artifacts or isotopes. We do have some in range, so I think I can live with that. And I think I'm just gonna wait for them to. Give me my last mineral. This is kind of on me. Actually, you know what? I do have a chance to try one really quick thing. So they said that the jobs window was still a problem. So if I say move resources, yep, they weren't lying. Okay, well that's fine. I'm gonna do a quick save here. And I should be able to jump back into the game. Sorry about that. I just figured it'd probably be a good idea for me to figure that out ahead of time. If it really becomes a problem, what I can do is I can do sort of a full screen capture instead. It'd be nice if I don't have to do that, but it's a known thing. It's not a problem. So, well, it's a minor problem, let's say. There's nothing that will stop you from playing or enjoy. So if you don't stream the game, you're not going to care at all. If you do stream the game, it is a minor inconvenience compared to how you might do other things. All right, during the first 6 months on Titan, over half of the new arrivals report feeling somewhat discouraged, or extremely discouraged by their living conditions. This despair generally dampens as they become accustomed to Titan's status quo. Sounds like my work. All right, so I think what I'm going to do is, so I don't normally save up influence like this, but I think I'm going to save up so that I can get an isotope. I can kind of get a home for isotopes. That way I can, a source of isotopes. That way I don't need to worry as much about oh. Got ahead of myself there. That is 25 minerals. We will definitely have enough. Can also build some storage for the waste. So as far as planning is concerned, one thing that is a factor now is the amount of zethane. So my headquarters has 29.98% zethane. That's going to be going down because of the fuel extractors. The more fuel extractors that I build, the lower that number is going to be. Now we can compare that to the crevice. The crevice has 33.5, and it says here, nobody's sure the purpose of these ancient xanthine emitting crevices, nor has anyone who went down come back up. So if you take a look at kind of locations, 30%. Actually, you know what? It seems to be a pretty even 30% overall. Maybe I don't need to worry so much about building near crevices then. I'll have to think on that. I kind of thought the fact that it was near, the fact that it was near a crevice would have given me a little bit more to work with, but apparently that's not true. Okay, next step, let's put down a storage container, a large one. And so I'm a little conscious about what I'm going to try and accomplish. Right now, there doesn't seem to be any kind of linking between different types of technology, or sorry, different resource outputs. So for instance, what I need to worry about right now is where am I going to put my large generator? Right now I'm generating 5 fuel. I want to generate as much power as I can on my real estate. And then normally I've been able to put down a habitat pod and a monetization station inside of my headquarters. So if I can get away with that again, I would like to. Just trying to see if there's any reason for me to go for... Not really. So I'll take the closest one and we'll assign an employee to that right away. So again, the thing that I'm trying to avoid with the thing I'm trying to avoid by taking this minerals patch right away is the dilemma of saying, oh, I really want this thing for its, isotopes or whatever, when, I have a fairly reliable source elsewhere. It would be nice to find a mine at some point, but, first things first. Speaking of, okay, so I can buy a building right away. I'm most tempted to get the fuel turbine because usually fuel is sort of my bottleneck. It does look like these are slightly going up. So I'm gonna guess the crevice is still gonna be the right place for me to start building. Actually, with that in mind, let's claim that and pick up the minerals. Okay, I'm sort of wasting time, so let's take the generator. Okay, so that'll still give me... Yep, we're in okay shape. I think there's probably... I think in another life, I would have been able to... Yeah. Okay, I'm going to build it this way. So what I got to make sure is that my relay covers... Yeah, that's what I was scared of. Okay. Now, I'm going to guess that in the future, what I'm about to do here does not make a whole lot of sense. But I am going to sort of abuse my privilege a bit and entomb some of these objects. So I think under one of my old designs, I would have been able to get a monetization or 2 monetization stations and a habitat pod. But what I'm probably going to wind up doing here is just dropping, a battery in the middle. And then, I'll just kind of fill in these little gaps here. I mean, I suppose I don't have to do it that way, but there doesn't seem to be any threat of... there doesn't really seem to be any threat of losing a particular... losing a particular object within the building here. So, and it looks like... Yeah, we'll still have people bringing stuff in. Before too long, I should consider picking up one of these mineral patches, but in the meantime, what do I want to salvage you for? I think I'm going to take the artifacts. Not all of these are the most promising. Not all of these are the most promising places to expand, but I also need to think a little bit about where I'm going to be putting. So like, I'll probably put all my industry in here, and maybe what I want to be doing is putting sort of my residential up here. I want to work that out for myself reasonably quickly, because it is going to be determining things like where I put, where I put things that generate pollution. But again, I'm still in early stages, and I certainly have no shortage of people who are slacking off. It's also snowing, so I suppose it's a little hard to get work done in those conditions. Okay, here's a battery. So once that gets built, I might, again, just fill in all these little gaps here. And before I build a fuel turbine, let's unlock the spaceport. It's going to cost us some money for the council, so we'll just wait till we can get some arrivals. I'm probably not going to have the influence to be able to get people in, even if there were 2 on a spaceship. So that's going to be one of the things I want to work towards. And actually, with that in mind, let's just speed things up, because I don't necessarily... Maybe I'll wait to see... Yeah. So maybe the one thing I'd be willing to do is wait for... Oh. Okay, so now we've got our new immigrants. Yeah, really the only other things for me to do here are fill in these gaps with things that that might be important. So what would I think is... What would I say is important here? It's really just storage. So let's get another battery down here. Actually, you know what? I can afford 2, so I'll put 2 batteries and then 1 fuel depot. Because in the end, fuel is just a way for me to get energy. I don't actually have any use for fuel on its own. So this will kind of maximize the use of the space. How you doing, Starbright Knight? Good to see you again. All right, so there is nothing else for me to be doing with this floor right now. So at this point, I need to be building factory space. I need to be building energy pylons, yeah. Okay, so I'm going to build the factory up here. The reason for doing that is I said that I was feeling more like putting sort of industry on this side of the map. And so with that in mind, what I want to do is basically put a smokestack sort of way on out in the edge to make sure that I'm sort of not poisoning my population too much. Okay, so first question, what's going on with my minerals? Looks like I was a little too hasty. When it came to my extraction. It does look like I either need to wait for the influence or I need to find another... Well, I can afford to take some of these ruins out. What about the ones that don't... Oh, this is a pretty tasty one. So, of course, it would have been nice to have the 20 for the mineral patch, but I gotta work with what I was given. Okay, so I'll build a factory so we can get that started. And then, of course, I'll need an energy pylon. That's going to need 10 minerals. I'm doing great. I'm playing a game that I am very fond of, Industries of Titan, and it's been a while since I've streamed it, so I'm really looking forward to showing some of the new details. If there are any questions about the game, by the way, I'm happy to answer them. I am by no means an expert, but I do feel reasonably comfortable in some of the decisions that I'm making. So now I don't have much in terms of options to be able to put down the energy pylon. I'd have to upgrade it right away if I wanted to... well, I mean, I could put it over here, but I did say I was going to put a bunch of industry over on the edge. Then again, I am going to put down a fuel turbine. Okay, let's take a second here. Fuel turbine does not require energy. Okay. So you know what? I am going to put it over here. And in fact, there's really no reason why I can't just put it down a fuel turbine right now. I suppose it'll cost me a scarce resource, minerals. That's 20. Yeah, you know what? I'm gonna wait on this. I think it would be good for me to start getting these minerals taken care of. Again, bodies right now are something that I sort of have in surplus. So just by having played the game with more knowledgeable than someone like me has not played before. So in essence, you're an expert. Yes, I think that could be said about any field of knowledge in which I am knowledgeable. I am only knowledgeable by comparison. I think is a very good way of describing my level of expertise in anything. All right. Yeah, so like right now, because I'm sort of waiting for a lot of my stuff to happen. As far as I'm concerned, my labor is relatively cheap. It's not doing a whole lot. The one thing that is driving me to make decisions is the fact that the rebels are going to be coming after me at some point. So every time I sort of stop and talk, I'm potentially setting myself up for defeat. But I know that eventually we're going to want to build the defense turret and sort of build up enough infrastructure to be able to support it. That's no small thing, by the way. Notice that it cost me 60 minerals, but hopefully we'll have found some rich resources to be able to deal with that. Okay, so one thing that I am going to want to do fairly early on is set myself up with a whole bunch of homes and monetization stations. I play this game in a very daft way. I have absolutely no elegance in the buildings that I build at all. I freely admit that. And what's it going to cost for an upgrade? 2 isotopes. Okay, that's going to take a while for us to get our hands on. I think what I'm going to start doing is I'm going to spend all my influence to start clearing out all of these. I kind of consider these no-cost ruins in the sense that I'm not giving up any artifacts for it. It does have a cost in terms of waste, but we'll get that taken care of. So there's going to be 2 priorities that I have. One, I want to try and get as many bodies on the planet as I can, as quickly as I can. And I want them sort of earning a lot of credits for me so that I can buy up some of the new buildings. In fact, we're already on our way to another 100 credits. So at this point, I should definitely unlock the fuel turbine. Atticus Ray, this is like a company town where workers are paid in funny money and have to buy from the company. I don't know if it's explicitly mentioned. Actually, there was one thing that I mentioned in the Industries of Titan. So Brace Yourself has a pretty good Twitch channel. So if you want to see the developers play the game, they were talking about the problem of managing waste in this game. And one of the things that I mentioned, and they're talking about, if you just try and store the waste, it eventually becomes unmanageable. And I said, well, no, there's an easy solution to that. It's like you just build new housing out of the waste, and then you relabel the old housing luxury and raise the rents. I mean, everybody's happy except the workers. So I don't know about buying at the company store, but the only job on Titan is... Actually, yeah, I should be doing this when I'm building stuff. Why did I go to my factory? I should be going to my... So monetization station generates credits quickly by hiring idle citizens to watch ads. Oh, interesting. So I guess it's only in the codex. But basically, yeah, the only job on Titan is to watch advertising. This guy's not doing anything. This is shameful. Okay, so I want to connect these things. You can connect, you can upgrade. I do tend to like connecting. It's a personal preference. Do you build houses out of garbage? I just said that. Well, that was my suggestion. I don't believe you can build houses out of garbage yet, but hey, it's early access. That's what suggestions like that are for. Brace yourself if you're listening. I think the problem is that in conversation, I will definitely tell... so here's the thing, right? A lot of you know that my background is in economics. And it's really clear... I know the sorts of things... So, in Canada, we had a prime minister for a really long time named Stephen Harper. And he's a member of the Conservative Party. The Conservative Party under him was sort of a combination of two right-wing parties, and it definitely the part that was active during his prime ministership, and effectively is still active now, is definitely the very hard social conservative. The unification was two parties known as the Reform Party and the Progressive Conservative Party, and then eventually the Reform Alliance Party, and then finally the Alliance Party and the Progressive Conservative Party were merged into the present-day Conservative Party. So I remember being in a coffee shop, and this is when I was studying, and somebody, I said, it's like, oh, I study economics, and they're like, oh, so you must like Stephen Harper then. And this is the thing. I know right-wing politicians like to present themselves as having the monopoly on economic policy, but there are economists who do not like caress a photo of Milton Friedman every night. But with that in mind, I definitely have a very mischievous streak. And so the fact of the matter is I also kind of know the economics talk that gets people like really freaked out. And I have a very strong tendency to use it. So like I know sort of how to say the cyberpunk supervillain kind of phrases that, but the problem is sometimes people don't think I'm joking on that sort of stuff. So yeah, I mean, if you want like 100 ideas in chat in terms of terrible things that you can do to make Titan even more miserable for its citizens, those are a dime a dozen in my opinion. All right. I have filibustered long enough. Let's get some more bodies in here. So I still need to build another monetization station. But I will start with a habitat pod. So 1, 2, 3, 4. Yeah, so one of these. And then this can fit 2 monetization stations. We're going to be short on minerals for a little while. And I guess if I really wanted, I could build a fuel turbine now. No, it's 20 minutes. Yeah, I'm not going to build stuff until I need it. Does look like the xanthane is going up, so nice little fuel turbine right here is what I got in mind. Okay, let's try and find some high value. Okay, 16 minerals. I think that'll work for me. I'm not worrying too much about the waste, but I think economics was called the dismal science when an economist suggested that building smokestacks with dead bodies. Did he really suggest that? I always heard it was called the dismal science because of... Oh, this is interesting. The energy pylon looks different now. Oh, it's probably because it's not pushing out any power. I did build the right... Oh, no. I'm a dummy. Okay, I gotta rip all this out. I thought the... Yeah. I got a little too clever for my own good. I forgot to put an output, so I have to destroy my beloved batteries. That's a shame. But yeah, so I think I had originally heard it was because of Thomas Malthus and his sort of his insight that essentially, as any prosperity that would be coming would essentially lead to population growth and ultimately people consuming the surplus. If you guys want a really fun econ paper, The Gift of the Dying by Alwyn Young, I think, is one which talks about the welfare benefits after like large diseases wipe out the population in a region. The conclusion of it is not we should have more diseases, but it is a really interesting paper. And so yeah, anyway, that was kind of that was my impression of where the term the dismal science came from, but I don't know that for sure. And I mean, the thing is too, like anybody who's read Jonathan Swift's Amada's Proposal kind of knows what, really ridiculous, really ridiculous policy recommendations from people who are a little too smug about their, their new scientific tools. We all kind of know where that takes us. But yeah, I don't know. Like I do still find it kind of fun to play around with people who think I'm kind of serious when I talk. Hey, Jim the Eternal, thank you very much for the host. It's been a while since I've talked to you. How are things going with you? If people want clean air, they can get it with their purchasing and consumption choices. The real pollution is EPA regulations. This message sponsored by the Smog Corps. How you doing, Erasmus? I mean, we're on Titan. The fuel is already in the air. And is it Devinok? How you doing? What were you playing tonight? There's always more variety. Here we go. Has this gotten better since the first release? You bought this on early access over at the Epic Game Store, and it felt super early when you tried it. Well, yeah, it was. They've definitely added quite a bit to the game. This is the second quality of life update that they've done. I believe there is a roadmap. You'll have to forgive me for not putting that up, Devinok, because I did do the roadmap at the very start of the stream, but. I think buildings-wise, I don't think there's a whole lot that has been added. I feel like probably the most headline-grabbing update that you'll notice will be the ship combat. So now you can build ships, you can send them out, you crew them. Building ships is very much like building cities. Lots of quality of life improvements. In fact, this one is called Quality of Life Part 2. There's still a lot to be added in the game, but I would definitely say if you've been away from the game for a while, especially if you just played it when it first came out, I think it would be worth taking a look at, because whether it's improvements to systems or whether it's just sort of the little details to make the game feel a bit more polished, it's there. I will definitely say between the two, Phantom Brigade feels very. Like that was one that really impressed me by what was there on first release, and I'll admit I actually quite enjoyed Industries of Titan in its original manifestation. I'm just going to prioritize that battery because I do eventually need to start getting power to this stuff. Let's actually get another monetization station down. I'm eventually going to need that. And now let's put in the relays. Okay, so that's that's how I can maximize the coverage. Just trying to think if there's an advantage to me. I think this one I'm going to put flush against the... Oh, that's right. I also get to take advantage of the new... Okay, there's actually going to be a couple things that I can do with that. I think I'm going to hold... Well, what does it cost me for a habitat pod? 8. I think I'll put down a precautionary fuel turbine first. Bloodless Campaign and Bloodstained, and then some Quick Serve Delicious. Oh, Quick Serve Delicious is such a good game. This is the in-game soundtrack by Danny... I don't know how to pronounce it correctly. Danny Baranowski, I think? But yeah, Visions Early Access version 1. I believe it's Danny B style in the Discord, so yeah, I believe same person who did the what was it? Crypt of the Necrodancer soundtrack, or one of the people at least. Okay, there we go. So the mistake that I made before was I needed an industrial outlet, and I was a little too into building this battery. I forgot to build the essential components. Mind you, we've been ticking away with council. With the influence with the council, so we'll see if there's any other cheap ruins to claim. Again, the whole idea here is that I'm exploiting the resources which I know aren't going to have any red artifacts. If we still need to pick up some goodies after that, so be it. But right now I just want to take the stuff which will only generate waste, because I'll be able to burn out that waste over time. Okay, tea is done, so I'll be a little more focused on the game. We'll speed things up So I've been ignoring the employee management just because I know that causes a little bit of grief with the Twitch setting that I have so far. I guess I can't be mad that they're building the fuel turbine right now, but let's take a look for any other spots that I'd want to clear out. So that's a level 2 ruin. There's not a lot I can do about that. Yeah, so it looks like all my level 1 ruins have been accounted for now. It was probably a dumb idea to build that fuel turbine, to be honest. And it is pretty clear that I'm still running short as far as minerals are concerned, so I think I'll probably set myself up for another, to claim another minerals patch. Okay, ready to build that outlet. Okay, so outlet here. I'm still going to prioritize batteries. Oh, actually, you know what? I can do all batteries. I don't think it would hurt for me to have a road, because eventually I'm going to wind up putting a... smokestack at the edge of this thing. What are we looking for? More isotopes. Alright, so that makes a lot more sense. Okay, so I do still need the industrial outlet. I'm trying to think which of these would make the most sense. I guess this is the most compact. So yeah, no shortage of fuel being produced. I should probably build some kind of a... You know what? I will do a fuel silo. I was a little hesitant to build that so early. One red artifact. This is good for isotopes, so I lied. I'm actually gonna... I think this will be where I put my fuel silo. It is worth remembering that when fuel silos blow up, there are consequences. I suppose the same is true for fuel turbines. It only cost me 10 though, so I should feel reasonably okay about where we're at. And I have 2 power to work with, so let's just start by converting some of our citizens into effective workers. No conversion devices. We'll see whether or not that's true. But let's get some more bodies in here. And for those of you who don't know how we get workers on Titan, just lie them down. Remove all the extraneous bits, namely their insides. Replace them with effective machinery, known as the red artifacts. And before too long... Actually, here's a question. I'm curious if photo mode lets me... Oh, too late. Now he's an effective worker. He is a little horrified by what happened to him, but otherwise okay. In fact, you know what? Your first job is you can clean up your... Okay, I guess not. Let's convert another one of those. Again, I know there's a photo mode in here. I just don't remember what... Oh, here we go. Okay, cool. So I do get to go in really close. I was just curious if I could change the axis, though, so... Okay, waste is starting to pile up, so I'm going to need to consider that in a minute. And now we can bring 4 souls into the city. So we got 2 extra workers. We'll set them to probably pick up, pick up the stuff that we need. But I do want to get that fuel silo down. So I'm not crazy about the fact that it costs me isotopes, but I did decline to build I did decline to build fuel storage in my I did decline to build fuel storage within my headquarters. It does annoy me a little bit that I'm upgrading the energy pylon now that I've actually finally got all of these very useful buildings set up. But again, this is really just about me. This is kind of about me getting everything set up. I would prefer to sort of bring the colony to a halt now, while I can sort of afford to, rather than taking it offline when I don't know, there's like a rebel attack coming or something like that. So with that in mind, there's two. So the way that I'm thinking about this is there's two dimensions that I can improve the city on. One, I can improve it along the dimension of resource acquisition. So basically try and claim as many isotopes patches, mineral patches, and whatnot, so that I can start working on them. In fact, there seems to be this was one thing that I wasn't 100% clear on. It says here, mine attaches to resource nodes and resource patches to mine resources. So it actually occurs to me now, well after... So I always thought that these would be attached to, like, proper resource nodes and not these patches. By the way, this is one of the good bits in the soundtrack. Oh yeah, it's great. Anytime you have a soundtrack with the douche, 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 douche bits, you're doing good. Actually, so far as I can tell, the person most directly responsible for the visual style, and I think that's... Oh, I'm sorry to... I didn't realize it would... Oh, wow, I didn't know there was a help screen here. Antoine Lendrevi? I'm sorry if I mispronounced that. Anyways, that is apparently his favorite bit in the soundtrack. Oh, I thought I might be able to rewind it. Okay, I'm being a little silly, and I should probably get on with it. So, I am going to need to get rid of my waste, so it may not be the worst idea to build a... wait, where is it? Smokestack. I'm going to need 300 credits for that. So one way that I can get more credits is by sort of building a succession of habitats and monetization stations. And then, of course, the way that I acquire more resources is to be able to... kind of build workers to mine all of these different patches. The only thing I'm worried about, so at some point I am going to need to build the defense turret, and I don't know if my acquisition of these resources, I don't really know if I'm getting things fast enough. I suppose right now I should be worrying more about the fact that I've got so many idle workers. So yeah, let's take a look here. So I've got two... Okay, actually, the energy is my bottleneck right now. So I think I'll actually wind up working towards an energy plant. Okay, let's speed things up so that they can earn me the credits. So now I can put down that energy plant. 1 red artifact versus 15... You know what? I'm still going to go for the minerals. My intention is to sort of build residential stuff up in this area over here, and then sort of have the pollution-generating buildings over on this side. So if you notice a slight bias in terms of where all my expansion is going, it's just because I'm trying to build with some of that expansion in mind. And how much faith do I want to put in these guys that they're going to get rid of the waste? let's hope for the best. Okay, so put down another habitat pod. Got a monetization station as well. Now these are going to need a relay. So this is one change that's come in. I believe this came specifically from the quality of life update. So now you get a little bit of a Tetris game in order to be able to make your coverage a little more effective. I could actually move it up like this, but I like the idea of having it flush with the sort of flush with the monetization station. So we'll put that in place. Now this is going to cost us as far as the we're not quite ready to be able to power all of this. However, we do have some batteries in place. And again, my guess here is that we just don't have a place for the waste that we do have. We probably also said that this place can't accept waste. So in the name of getting things built, I will remove that restriction for the time being. To upgrade, it's going to cost me isotopes. Isotopes are definitely very scarce, so I'm going to hang on to that for now. Interesting. So we're not quite at the bottom yet. Oh, there's 2 new souls ready to come in right away. So let's get one more monetization station down, and this is kind of all ready to go as far as the power is concerned. So usually what I do is I build a big ring of like monetization stations and whatnot. And then on the inside, basically all these conversion capsules. Now the conversion capsules actually need to have a proper, sort of a proper lineup of, like worker, or a proper path so that people can actually get into their locations for conversion. But again, it's really just, it's more about kind of picking my battles. Okay, so I've got 35 minerals and 10 waste, 24 minerals and 12 waste, or 27-4. I think I'm just going to go for the extra minerals for the time being. That'll help me resist the urge to spend isotopes that I don't have. So again, my shortage right now is energy credit, or my shortage right now is credits. And at some point I am eventually going to need actually, you know what? I don't think it would hurt for me to build the smokestack next, just so I can start getting rid of the... Not a pylon plant. Actually, even then, let's focus on... I think I'll focus on efficiency first. Drat! I should have thought about that. So if I had moved the relay just one up here, I would have actually been able to... Okay. Well, there's still other ways of working around with this, so... we'll put that one down, and then we'll put a battery in between. Time for a smokestack. I might even do a mine next. We'll see. No, actually the smokestack makes sense because I'm going to run out of storage space before too long. Oh, and I'm out of red artifacts, so I've been a little reckless with that. Fortunately, they're plentiful, so... And then one nice thing that's going to happen eventually is I'm going to be able to unlock the council. When I have a surplus of credits, I'm going to be able to pay... I'm going to be able to pay to get those... sorry, I'm going to be able to pay them credits to get influence, which will help me sort of expand. could technically do that right now, but I have a few other things I want to get built first. So for instance, the furthest I could build a smokestack. I didn't really think this through because I really kind of need to get this minerals patch out of the way first. But let's not let the perfect be the enemy of the good, so we claim the location automatically. Now this is a little bit closer than I would want my smokestack to be normally, but it's it's what I got. So what I am going to make sure I do though is first chance I get, I'm going to claim this minerals patch and start mining the heck out of it. Hey, Band of Godmans. This game is called Industries of Titan, which first of all is one of the best possible names for a video game ever, I think. And in it, it's kind of like it's a bit of an evil city builder where you play sort of the founder of a startup on Titan. What I'm doing right now, I'm still in sort of the early stages where I'm building up my my base. I've got a factory where people have their nice little homes, their little habitat pods. They've got meaningful employment by sitting in an office looking at advertising all day. And if they would like to serve the greater cause, we will use these red artifacts that we're finding. Maybe they're tired of looking at advertising. Well, that's fine because they won't need to sleep. They won't need to eat. The reason is we'll take all their insides out and we'll replace it with machinery, and they'll become very effective workers for us. The only problem is it does generate a little bit of waste, so hopefully one of these people will be assigned to burning up their insides when we finally get some... there we go. And again, I mean, they're maybe a little uncomfortable with it, but that's fine. I mean, they're effective workers, so they'll just they'll clean up their own mess. Apparently, he still doesn't care that much for clothes, or maybe it's a flesh-colored suit he's wearing. But yeah, so life is good in Titan. All right, we're full in terms of. Okay, I think I can afford another energy plant. Oh, it's such a good name, Erasmus. Yeah. But yeah, so what Erasmus is saying is the pun in the title is maybe for the... So now that somebody's mentioned it, there's Titans of Industry. This game, of course, takes place on the Moon Titan. Like I said, as in my opinion, is like one of the best names for a game ever. I wish I was the type of person who could come up with a name for a game called Industries of Titan, but I didn't. I am just a man who plays Industries of Titan. That was also my opinion of the title before I was given a key to promote the game, by the way, so... All right. So again, the plan here was to claim this minerals patch. It's going to be a long time before we can make the most of that, but I do want to get someone working on that just so we can move our smokestack when the time comes. I also sort of preempted my energy needs. So was it the best use of all of my minerals? Not really. I mean, I can kind of imagine some circumstances where maybe I would have wanted to do something different, but. I am at a point where I sort of want to expand rapidly. Energy is going to be one of these things that will be a limit to my expansion. And so my energy needs have been taken care of. Maybe the last thing I'll do is combine these two. It'd be great to upgrade them, but it's pretty clear here that I'm going to be running into some mineral constraints. What do I want to build next? You know what? I think precautionary defense turret. So maybe my next question is, where do I get 60 minerals from? Oh yeah, this one for sure. Okay, so we're gonna do a connect. That's only 2 isotopes, and in this case we'll have 2 plants together. I am also eventually going to be building sort of a transportation network, but one thing at a time. All right, let's get some more bodies in here. Battery's draining, but that's fine because this will be done in 40 seconds. That's why I have all the batteries in place. Thing of beauty. So we're currently sitting on a surplus of 29 power. How are we for coverage? Okay, so let's get another habitat pod down. Eventually we'll get the monetization stations for them as well. And then we'll try and work out this network of conversion capsules on the inside. Oh yeah, I guess I did say I was waiting on getting 60 minerals too. Well, while we're waiting for that, we'll get our influence up. It'd be kind of neat if there was a way that it could show the rate at which you're acquiring materials. So, for instance, all of these, it says I've got 5 workers that are idle right now. So it'd be neat if I could sort of get an idea in terms of how rapidly I'm acquiring some of these. Excuse me. Okay. Okay, so I need to build up 30 influence. As soon as I buzzsaw this thing down, I'm ready to go. So I think I'm just going to play the waiting game. I guess the one difference here is I'll build 2 more monetization stations. And clearly I'll need to build a relay as well. Again, because of this quality of life update, adjacency is going to allow me to, is still going to allow me to make the most of this, kind of make the most of this placement. So what I'm going to do here is I'm going to put down the next entry in my kind of my string of conversion capsules. So this is as far as I can go with it. Oh, but that doesn't get power. Could put it up here. I do kind of want the maximum... Yeah, this is the maximum distance I could get out of it. Which is fine, because then I could put down a conversion capsule like that. We still have entryways to all of it. So that's fine. And we finally hit our 30, so we're going to claim that. We'll turn that into a bunch of resources. And then we've also got some money. So let's take a look at the next places we can work on. So we're generating pollution with the smokestack right now. The real worry is going to be if that pollution starts hitting my headquarters or my factory, because that's going to be making my people sick. Right now, the only people who are getting sick are the people who are mining stuff. And I believe workers don't get... Actually, that is a question. I wonder if there's a way... let's see if there's anything in the help about that. Waste and pollution, meet your waste management officer. Okay, that's just the tutorial again. I don't want to invest too much in this smokestack because I know we're going to be moving it before too long. So I think what I might want to do is build the mine. I can put the mine right here. Before anything, though, maybe I should wait for the... should wait for the defense turret. So the reason I'm obsessing a bit about the defense turret is that eventually the rebels are going to come and attack us, and having the defense infrastructure in place just puts me in a better overall position. Thank you, Romeo Void. Welcome back, by the way. I should say welcome back to all of you, but it's, I don't know, when I see a new name on the follows, it's a little easier to remember. Let's get more bodies in here. They need the energy credits. Oh, I should be connecting these two for the resource bonuses. I should eventually build another turbine. The catch here is that the extra turbine is going to cost me 30 minerals, and I've kind of already assigned... I've sort of already assigned those minerals for use in the defense turret. At least when it finally gets built. And we're full. Right. Okay, so we need to... Okay, so you're not allowed to store waste anymore. Storage building is going to cost me 70. I'm not really sure I want to pay that. So instead, I'm just going to expand out my mining operations. I suppose I could try upgrading the headquarters, but again, isotopes are kind of hard to come by right now. So I think I'm just going to naturally let the waste get burned down. So this is going to be a little bit of a bottleneck for me for the next little while. But we know we have the minerals, so in the next little while, I'm just going to... Oh, looks like we are going to need a fan before too long. Transport hub would also be an idea. Yeah, I'll build the transport hub first. That's another 30 Okay, for now I think I'm just going to sit on things. I think I'm also going to save up for a new isotopes patch. So mines work on one tile or adjacent tiles or what? So I believe there's a range. I don't think it... Oh, yeah. So notice it's got kind of a... It's got a little line running to it. But you and I are actually going to find that out together. I've never used a mine in this way, so it's going to be an education. I should also be considering the next... Well, I guess I need to think about what's the higher priority. Do I want another minerals patch, or do I want to accept the fact that I probably just got rid of a lot of minerals I was going to use for the defense? Oh, well, this is a no-brainer. We've also got space for 2 more workers, so let's get 2 more conversions done, and if I can, let's get 2 more workers and, or citizens rather. Oh, I should also give the... So, there's some wonderful writing in this, and I always feel bad when I overlook it. So, Mars ships like the Tigris are a mixture of hauler and armored carrier. Some of the military ships have really funny descriptions. So I'm going to start getting a little bit better at that. So far as I can tell, the real advantage of the mine is being able to, like, cram a whole bunch of workers inside one. So this is one I'll definitely consider expanding and upgrading. But again, I want to get my priorities sorted out. Speaking of, so I've already got the transport hub. A storage facility would not go amiss right now, I think. Neither would the fan, come to think of it. Although, again, it's slightly inconvenient. Oh, actually, here's what I'm going to do. So we're going to clear the target. I'm actually going to make the target this spot. So the reason why I'm putting it in that seemingly inefficient location is just so that I can have people kind of drill that thing down. So I believe if I set the target as this isotopes patch, I don't own it, so it's going to say no. Okay, so storage facility, priority, kind of a shipyard and command center. It's actually a tough call. I'll build a storage facility on the odd chance I don't want to upgrade my headquarters and just like build a whole bunch. Okay, we'll fast forward again. So I'm going to be waiting until I get to a claim, a size 40 claim. Or sorry, 40 influence to get to claim this isotopes patch. That's a lot of idle workers. Okay, I've only got one red artifact, so I should have an eye on which one of these things I want to tear down next. A lot of single red artifacts. This is probably the better one. Actually, you know what? I know I wanted another isotopes patch, but this thing is sitting on 30 minerals. So it is also a priority that I kind of get as much... it is kind of a priority that I get as much waste burned as I can, just so I can get those 60... so I can get those 60 minerals in my... my collection as soon as possible. Okay, what else am I looking to do? So that's full. Everything's full until we deal with our waste problem. As I said, I could upgrade it, but I really do want to push this thing as far away as I can. The other thing that's nice about this is when I do move it over, I'm also going to be able to put a fan on the minerals patch, or well, this minerals patch. So get rid of, like, kind of mine this out. Now we've got sort of my waste taken care of, and then I can sort of direct my attention to other priorities. And you know what? I'm gonna be stubborn about this. Oh, you know what? Something just occurred to me. It's entirely possible that the turret won't cover the fuel silo and the fuel turbine. So I was originally going to put the turret right here. I might need to put the turret here. That really bones a couple of the plans that I had, though. So maybe... Okay, I'm going to try building a shipyard next. We'll see whether or not I can get enough people working in the monetization stations to pull it off. Okay, let's get another conversion. And we'll need 2 new citizens before too long. They'll probably not be ready in time, but maybe I'll be able to get the minerals and isotopes from the next one. Come on, conversion complete sound. 10, 9, 8, 7, 6, 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. You're all fired. It's just starting now. All right. Just waiting on those last 6. Waiting on those last 6 minerals. What'll probably wind up happening is I'll get just enough influence to be able to claim this isotopes patch. So I might have to wait a little bit longer. We'll see. Big ships. Still sitting on 30 minerals, unfortunately. It actually just occurred to me that if I get rid of this minerals patch next, I can build a second mine beside it and do the upgrade. So close. So I will build I'm going to buy a precautionary shipyard. I'll also build one. Okay, that works for me. I don't know if we'll generate enough influence for this group. Maybe we will. Oh, I've got my 60 now, so... Okay, yeah, so this is the dilemma, right? This will defend everything but my fuel sources. This will defend everything but my smokestack. I think I'm going to stick with my original plan. I feel a little bad about it, but I'm going to try and compensate by building a shipyard. And my next priority is actually to get some transport infrastructure in place. Okay, moving right along. Shipyard up next, so that's going to cost me 20 minerals and 3 isotopes. It's actually not nearly as bad as I thought it was going to be. I'm just going to hang on to my resources for the next little while. Maybe wait for the 20 influence to be able to buzz down some of the ones that don't have red artifacts and see where I stand after that. What I'm kind of hoping I can do is upgrade the defense turret before the first rebel assault comes in. The new founder, did you really think that your little startup would escape our notice? We know you're taking money from the council, and we expect where your loyalties lie. Don't worry, we're only going to destroy your city, dismantle your corporation, and take you as prisoner. It won't be painful, at least no more pain than you've inflicted on your employees. So I see you've met Bahar Koroba, founder. They're the leader of one of the many desperate groups that call themselves rebels. The council will not waste resources on this, but you have plenty to spare, I'm sure. Deal with Bahar, founder, or risk my displeasure. So in 33 minutes, there's going to be an attack coming after us. I don't really need to have any employees inside the defensive turret, so I'm actually going to turn this thing off for the time being. But I do need to start thinking about what's the plan as far as the base is concerned. First of all, let's get that plot taken care of. I think I am going to build the shipyard, and this is just because I'm feeling a little bit nervous about my fuel. That's a big boom if they catch me unawares. Also, I would like to prioritize isotopes to be able to get my defense turret up. So if I can get the 20 influence to be able to claim the 8 isotopes here, that'll take me at least up to level 2. Let's see if we can pull off a level 3. I don't think we will, but I'm not ruling it out as a possibility either. And of course, the good news is a lot of my storage problems are going to be going away now. Because we've just used so much in terms of being able to build up the city. But yeah, so to answer your question before, Erasmus, so as you can see here, it's kind of like just having like a shorter distance for people to sort of work. But what's going to be happening here before too long is I'm going to be upgrading this. I want to prioritize my defense turret just because we know an attack is coming. But basically I'm going to be able to sort of expand and upgrade these things so that I believe more people will be able to work on it and extract. It's actually the first time I've used a mine in this way, so like I said, it's there may be some particulars that work a bit differently than what I'm expecting. What's our pollution look like? Ooh, that's looking grim. Okay. I think right now I'm going to sit and wait for my 20 influence for the last... Oh, actually I have 2 more. Okay. This one still has more isotopes, so... I'm also going to start saving my credits. The reason will become apparent in just a moment. Okay, so we can already do the upgrade. Salvage that. Okay. Here is our shipyard. No ship dock. Select a ship hull to begin construction. So here are our options. We've got level 1 ships. So we've got the Goshawk DX939. The small but reliable ship is a favorite among young corporations and packs a surprising punch. Hull of 120, speed 16.67 kilometers per hour, 100 ship tiles. The Gear Falcon, or possibly Gyre Falcon. No, Gear Falcon probably. Sturdy little ship that's sometimes referred to as the Crossback thanks to its distinctive design. It's got hull strength of 130, speed 15.39, and 106 ship tiles. The Harpagus crew inside the Kite must remain crouched at all times due to most of the cramped ship being used for equipment. It's actually kind of funny where if you look at the tile layout, Like, this one definitely is a little more unique, let's say, in its construction. So 140 hull strength, a bit slower than the others, 1429 compared to the 1667. 110 ship tiles, requires 18 minerals and a max crew of 6 for everyone. Also 33 seconds to build. There's also the SCUA 3287, designed by the Koroba Solution specifically to be able to thread easily between Titan's unburrowed city skyline. 150 hull strength, 13.33 kilometers an hour, 124 ship tiles. And the Corvus SZ-73, the front module of the Crow, is very delicate, unlike the rest of its hardy exterior. So I think I'm going to go... Let's go for one of the cheap options. Okay, now this actually took some getting used to for me. But I'm going to go kind of for a risky design. Oh, actually, sorry. It's going to take a while for everybody to build it. That's fine. How are you for upgrades? 24. Okay. Still waiting on 9 more influence to be able to clear out these ruins. There is sort of an argument for me to be putting a little bit more into building up my... So, like, I could be building... Hello. Draining batteries. I wasn't thinking that would be a possibility. Okay. Ah. It's because I turned on my turret. So I don't think the attack is going to last long enough for me to worry about completely draining things. So I'm going to be a little short on energy for the next little while. Oh, did we? Excellent. So we cleared out space for the smokestack. Gonna build a new one over there. I'm gonna make sure this one's built before I go any further. This is already clearing out this minerals patch, so I'm already happy with its next decision. And in fact, let's see what it costs me to get a transport hub. 3 isotopes. I'm not crazy about using up isotopes. But now seems like a decent enough time to build that transport hub. And then for purchases, I think, given that we now actually... Oh no, hang on. I was wrong. I don't want to expand the mine yet. I want to make sure I can put the fan down. Because moving the pollution away is only a temporary solution. I do actually need to find a way of blowing the pollution onto someone we don't care about. So you can see that everybody's kind of carrying stuff right now. What I'm going to do is I'm going to put down some roads just so that we can go from the mines and the smokestack to the transport hub. I'm sure I'll find other places to put my streets as well, but for the time being, I'm content with that. Okay, so body in there. Dismantle the smokestack. Did I actually buy that fan? No, so we'll get that now. Okay, so now we're going to take our logistics. We'll put our road down. I guess technically I only need it here. Eventually I'll probably make it a little more comprehensive, but I suppose this is all I need for the time being. It would also be nice to get sort of a storage location down, maybe on this one. It's actually not all that far from my my current base, but I don't really know what else I'm going to use that area for. They are currently sitting on 34 minerals, so it'll probably take a while before it gets cleared out. And we're still sitting on 22 minutes for the next enemy attack, so rather than building too much as far as the So I don't want to spend too much time building out the roads and whatnot. I think here I'm gonna start building my instruments of death. Okay, so it does sometimes recommend. Actually, here let's start talking to our advisors. So the Admiral, Alexa Carrick. Your ship won't get far without an engine, Founder. The engine will allow you to control the ship remotely too. If you lose your engine, your ship will be dead in the air. I'd recommend having a backup on board just in case. So let's, I think I'm actually going to pause the game for this because I've not done a lot of ship design. So let's put the redundancy in that the game recommends, but that is going to cost me in terms of storage space. So 2 engines. Now, I don't think the engines have any other requirements. Does not require energy, so good news there. I have definitely learned that there are consequences for not having every part of your ship accessible. So a lot of the strategies I've been employing before are not as viable here. So I did put a large fuel fabricator. I think actually I'm going to cancel that. And let's think about what I want to accomplish here. So we've got weapons. Let's think about... So clearly I would want to put the biggest, baddest weapon that I can. 9 seconds, 12 seconds, 15 seconds. Yeah, so slow charging laser that hits 6 tiles in a line, or fast charging laser that hits 2 adjacent tiles. So I can have 2 weapons on this thing. So let's consider total energy costs. My minimum. So let's say I want to maximize my weapon capacity and minimize my. Oh, sorry. There's another consideration too, which is life support as well. So each of these weapons are going to take 1 crew member. We'll need life support. I'm trying to find one that requires crew. Okay, so lasers require crew. I believe generators do. Yeah. Okay, so the smallest we could get away with would be... Okay, yeah, actually, now that I'm thinking of this, there's some possibilities here. So we could get by with a trio of crew members. We have 2 weapons, and then 1 person manning the generator. So the largest generator that we could... So we could have a total of 9 for the energy output. So 1, 2, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. Wait a minute. So I could actually get away with... Ooh, this is going to be... Yeah, putting this beast in the ship is going to be hard. Let's imagine I wanted to for a moment, though. Okay, so let's say that's the No, hang on. I got to do that differently. Okay, so that generator is going to need how much fuel? 3 fuel. This would generate 5. Well, that's fine. I mean, it produces a small surplus, so... Let's pretend this is what I want to do. And then I got to put a beast of a generator in. Now, the problem I have here is that I don't know whether or not this ramp counts as part of the ship or not. Because every time I try to put it down... So, for instance, I don't know if I were to do... It's like, this says I could get away with it, but I actually don't know if I'm able to put a crew member there. I could try this. The problem is I would have to kill the engine that's in that area. Okay, so let's say I put, well... Okay, well this doesn't work because of the fuel fabricator. I think I'll live with that, as imperfect as it looks. And I've already used up all my minerals. Okay, well, let's cancel these because I already know that I'm going to put them in place. So if I just wanted like the most terrifying armaments that I could put in this thing. Oh yeah, this is going to look ugly as heck. Yeah, there's no way I'm going to be able to make that work. Okay. So more realistically, it's a medium generator that we can get away with. So an energy output of 6. I mean, this is an interesting little hidey hole that he can go into. I waste like 3 tiles. Well, not that much of a waste. So I could put the engine. Nope, because that blocks him off there. Damn this game. Oh, well, there's a possibility here. Okay, so if I put this generator in, I need 2 fuel. I'll get 6 to work with. This fuel fabricator will produce exactly enough that I need. So good news there. So we definitely need at least 1 life support. Maybe I'll stick that in the back. Nope, that would be dumb, actually. Because I want to have all of the things that require energy to be close to each other so I don't need to build a bunch of relays. So instead, we'll stick life support. So I need to find a spot to put 3 crew pod. Well, that won't be hard. 1, 2, 3 there. I'm just trying to think of essentials at the moment. Oh, that's right. Okay, so we've got life support account. Okay, so I've got 6 energy to play with, 5 once I've... okay, 4 with the medical pod. Okay, so I've got 4 to play with. I could put 2 medium lasers on, or I can mess around with shields, but let's not do that. Okay, let's just put a pair of medium lasers. There's no reason to get too fancy about this. And I do need to be a little thoughtful. Oh, this is gonna. This will probably offend some people. Oh, okay, damn. For people who are looking for perfection, I think this particular look is going to. It's going to give some people the vapors, but I think it'll actually. I think it'll be a decent enough use of space. Okay, I'm just gonna put this in the middle so that I can see. Okay, so this is about as close as I'm going to be able to get away with. Like waste that 1 spot, but it still gives people a way to walk through. Finally, I need to put down the relay. That doesn't quite work. Yeah, so unfortunately I'm still stuck. I'm still stuck playing around with relays. With that in mind, then. It's all about the laser placement right now, so. Well, that's an interesting possibility there. That works? That can't work. Yeah, that's more like it. I guess I could try and tuck it. Well, no, if I want to maximize my coverage, then. You know what? I'm actually just going to let them build this much, because I'm going to need the minerals for other things as well. I'm going to still need to work out the fuel fabricator, but the fuel fabricator isn't going to need power. Life support is, however. So I'll put that in there. There's still a sort of a little snaky path that you can take to get to the essentials. I mean, there is the possibility of me putting more crew on. I think the big question would be to what end. So maybe I'll just like fill this thing up with a bunch of batteries and fuel. Okay, so 1 employee, 2 employee, 3 employee, right. And the rest of it is just relay placement. We're still waiting on another 12 isotopes. Just trying to think where I'll get those. Well, 4 of them are on their way, so I guess we need another 8 isotopes. That's 3 red artifacts, 2 red artifacts, 2... I'm okay sacking that one. It's when we start getting to like the two artifact buildings that I'm a little reluctant to trade those off. And then the dilemma too is that I would really like to be able to upgrade this power plant before too long. Because I know I can't actually sustain the current grid, at least with everything turned on. Oh, Chocolate Limit, how you doing? So this is Industries of Titan. This is sort of a cyberpunk city builder. It's you kind of play a founder of a startup on Titan. So I'm doing one which has abundant resources, but also lots of rebel attacks. So you're actually going to see one of the combat elements inside of it. But really, City Builder is the best way to look at it. There's a lot of simulations inside of it. So there's lots of people sort of running around trying to, I guess, maximize returns, trying to do everything I order them to in a speedy fashion. Lots of resource management. I'm actually kind of currently running up against my limitations as far as the infrastructure that I've built to be able to mine resources and whatnot. And we can see that there's a rebel attack which is about to come up in 17 minutes. So what I'm trying to do right now is build a ship to defend myself. We're going to have a third person show up before too long. Okay. So I feel like now is a good time for me to get that relay down, so... Okay, so it seems like adjacency is not sufficient for this one. Which is fine. I mean, there's other things that I can do here. I guess nothing else is really... Well, no, batteries will need power, so... we'll put that relay down. So as far as I can tell, other than the engines, we're ready to go. So I will put the redundancy for the engines in. I'm probably... Oh, Citizen Elba died. It's the first citizen that's died. What does our pollution look like? Yeah, well, that'll do it. We're going to have to build one of those fans pretty quickly, I think. I don't really need the energy depot right now. I am going to need a command center though, because it's pretty clear that I'm going to need to find a way of getting access to more resources. Yeah, no problem. I think probably the better thing for me to do, Chocolate Limit, is if you have any questions, just ask, because I'm I'm very engrossed in this game right now, and I know I'm not doing the best job of explaining how everything works. But yeah, so right now I'm like, so this is one thing. When you take a look at the ships in the game, there are these beautiful things. They've got like lots of wonderful symmetry in them and all of that. And when you take a look at the stuff that I build, it's just this absolute like nightmare rat's nest, and it's just very unpleasant to look at. But it does the trick. So I am going to build redundant engines, just kind of on the recommendation from the game, and then what I'm going to do here is I'm going to pack it full of some batteries and fuel tanks, but I don't want to go crazy about it because I am short on minerals. So large fuel tank. It's probably better for me to put a couple of small ones into. Nice fuel tank right beside the the pods. Thing is, it works. That would cut off the other parts. No, that still cuts stuff off. Most of the time you tune into your streams as it's night for you and you fall asleep while watching, but if you stay awake and have a question, I'll ask. Yeah, I don't feel bad if people don't ask questions. It's kind of my job to provide the... it's my job to sort of provide the material for people to watch. I mean, it's not just because of the like, I was given a key for promotional purposes. I do intend to do that seriously, and if people are interested in the game and are thinking of picking it up, it would be decent of me to sort of talk a bit about what I find interesting in the game. But it's also just nice, like, it's nice to be able to show people something I find interesting, and then have someone turn around and, you know, I hear back later, you know, oh, hey, I played that game that you were playing the other day. It was really interesting. I liked it a lot. Like, that's one of the perks of doing this. I think I'm going to sneak one more fuel tank in because I think everybody can still reach all the sections. So like I said, there's absolutely no it's not going to win any beauty pageants, but it is going to carry a pretty decent punch. And it doesn't take too many of my employees. Actually, while I'm at it, let's get a new body here. And let's convert some people. Oh, actually, I don't have that many red artifacts. So let's go to the red artifacts factory. That's 2 for nothing, so that's not too bad. I'm 4 isotopes away from the upgrade that I want, which is good. We're also doing a fairly decent job of managing our waste, even with me disabling waste collection inside the storage container. It looks like we've got things under control. I'm assuming it's, you know, this is why we've got such a ridiculous amount of pollution, but I won't question it. Also, now's really the time for me to unlock the council. In the worst case scenario, I might request for like minerals and isotopes and whatnot. But I think it's a little early for that. I think I still have some other options in terms of claims. Excuse me. Okay. So other than the fuel tank, I think we're ready to go. All systems clear. We've got L, Bayan, and Liss. Let us launch the ship. It is the Ashen Python. So people were asking what's changed since the thing first came out into early access. This is probably the biggest change. So what I'm going to do here is I'm actually going to move the Ashen Python a little bit deeper into my base. My hope here would be that the rebels get sort of distracted from my fuel turbine and my fuel silo in favor of pursuing the Ashen Python. But I do need more citizens now, so... grab 2 more from the conversion capsule. This is actually very funny. The last time I played this on my own, I actually had, like, my factory was full, and I was actually running into isotope problems. I actually seem to be... well, I mean, it's also the type of map that I'm on. But I'm actually running into some different management problems, which I guess might mean I'm getting better at the game. I'm not sure. Although I will admit, I'm not 100% sure what the advantage of the transport hub is. The trucks sometimes seem to be used and sometimes don't. I'm still trying to figure that out. Here's another one of the good... they're all good songs. But this is one I quite like. Okay, I think if I feel like I'm going to start running out of fuel, I'll probably build another fuel turbine here. I'm a little uncomfortable about how close it is to the shipyard, but honestly, I'm not going to get the adjacency bonus. Well, I guess I could get the adjacency bonuses by clearing this out. Spoke too soon. Question is whether or not I want the 2 red artifacts or the 16 isotopes. Ugh. Normally I'm sitting on a big stack of red artifacts, but not this time. Okay, we got our 24, so let's upgrade the defense turret. Now, to get a higher level energy plant, we're going to need 12 isotopes. So I could get rid of these ruins. Yeah, this is the last time I'm going to do this. This is just getting some resources off of a ship. This is always a conundrum because I can only really bring in ships that have 1 person. I don't know if the game does anything to make a particular type of ship more likely based on your needs. But I've got 6 minutes before the enemy attack comes in. We're about as prepared as we're going to get. The only other thing I'd like to do differently is to change the grid. So right now we're draining batteries. We're going to turn that thing off until the last possible minute. Oh, this is a real this is a real pain. So actually, you know what? We'll pay to upgrade the spaceport storage. Oh no! This would have given me isotopes. Oh, screw it. The 90K is the only model of interplanetary transport vessel to have been designed using data-driven popular opinion algorithms. Yeah, this would have been so much better. This gives me more waste, more minerals, which I don't really need, and yeah, I'm shaking my fist at the heavens over that one. Okay. So once the attack comes, there's a few things that I'm going to work on. Oh, you know what? I bet we're going to run out of space before anything else. I wonder if there's something I can... Oh, this is good. Okay, well, I can build my fan. Okay, it's 3 minerals. I gotta see this thing through. Once it's done, though, we're focusing on our isotopes. What's the green area? This green area here, that's my energy grid, so I can turn that off. Basically, I've got an energy pylon. This is indicating where I could build a building, and there would be power. So if I try to build something out here, I currently don't have any power for it. And what I would need to do is build another energy pylon. I basically kind of need to make that bridge. So right now I don't have a lot of reason to be expanding out to any of these areas. What I'm eventually going to do is build a command center to give me access to give me sort of a broader view of what's in the area. What I'd ideally do is find some kind of an isotope mine of some kind. But failing that, even just sort of a fairly reliable source of new isotopes from being able to survey these ruins and whatnot. That's kind of my plan B. At the moment, though, I'm really just trying to get the 12 isotopes to be able to upgrade my energy plant. That'll probably not happen before the rebel attack, but again, it shouldn't be that difficult for me to turn on the alarm. So as an example, this is kind of what I was talking about in terms of having interesting systems in place. So we've got an industrial fan set up, and this is what the pollution looks like now. We'll give it a few turns. I don't think there's a lot of value in me just sort of sitting and babysitting this the whole time. Looks like I have outdone myself as far as minerals are concerned. I'm trying to think if there's a good way that I can dump those things. You know what? I did unlock the council, so let's donate some minerals in exchange for some influence. We'll request the isotopes. And while I'm at it, let's just upgrade the storage. So that was really more about freeing up the space for these isotopes. But yeah, so the overlays that you can get, so there's territory. The blue areas are what I own. The energy grid shows me what tiles will be powered. Now that doesn't necessarily mean I have enough power to actually be able to fix everything. But this means what my grid can currently connect to. There's the transportation network, so this will show sort of what trucks are available and where they connect to. So obviously they're attaching to my mine and they're transporting the waste and whatnot. I've got the command area, so the command area is how I'm going to sort of get access to new resources, and then eventually also to be able to get rid of the rebels, who will arrive within the minute. We've got pollution. You can already start seeing a little bit of I believe it's a little less intense in this region over here. As you can see, the pollution's also kind of starting to shift. We'll see whether or not the fan is strong enough on its own. I may need to do an upgrade. And then finally, there's zethane. Now, the industrial fan also affects the zethane. But of course, I've been taking advantage of the fact that you've got these crevices which generate quite a bit. You'll notice over time, we're now up to 51% from these crevices just sort of sitting in the area. Even here, it's at 42, which is not too bad given the fact that it's pulling it out of the atmosphere. But we'll leave that be for now. And we've got 43 seconds. I'm going to leave it to the attack actually arriving before we turn on my my defense turret. I like living dangerously. Oh, we're at 40 on our influence, so I think we're good for everything else. So I think now the time has come for... Oh, we can't claim these isotope patches. So I was originally going to build a command center up here, but there might be some wisdom in building one over on this region. What does zethane do? What is it used for? So that's my fuel source. So the way that energy works in this game is that you build a fuel fabricator that pulls the fuel out of the atmosphere, and then the fuel is used as an input in a generator to be able to generate energy. And as the music tells you, we're under attack. So let's turn on the turret, let's get a body in there. So it usually takes the rebels a few minutes to show up. As you can see, we've got a pretty... Oh, man, that's a devastating battery drain, actually. So let's turn off the fan. Actually going to turn off the smokestack, too. Nope. Perfect. We're going to go toe-to-toe with the hammer. So if you want to see what combat looks like on the ship, you may fire when ready! So it looks like they're only packing one medium laser. There's definitely going to be... So we've definitely taken damage, and we don't have spare bodies to repair. But I think once the battle's done, we should be able to... we should be able to see this through. This thing's only sitting on 7 HP. So we're actually going to pull out and watch the destruction, because it looks really cool when it blows up. Look at all that light. That's great stuff. I underestimated you, or I should say I underestimated how much weaponry the Council's money could buy. Oh no! It crashed! Sorry about that, just sending off the bug report. Oh, it reopened on its own. Those clever developers. So what time is it? 9:55. Holy crap, it's already been 2 hours? Trade never sleeps. Titan citizens barely do either, thanks to the incessant roar of low atmosphere ship combat. Oh, cool. So we get to watch this again. So again, I'm not going to engage until the defense turret's ready to go. Okay. Hammer time. So we'll enjoy a high-level view. Oh, did they kill someone? No, they're repairing the... Batteries almost killed this. There we go. Yeah, like I said, one thing I really like is just because it's sort of this nice voxel art and all of that does not mean that you don't put care into the it doesn't mean that they don't put care into sort of the look of the game. Like this is a very handsome game. Okay. So I'm going to turn this thing off and hopefully he's going to go repair the engine. Now, if I want, I can put this thing back into the... into the shipyard. I'm not going to do that yet, though. I'd actually like to see how well they maintain things in the air. Industrial fan is still doing its thing, so I'm happy there. Still not quite ready to upgrade the energy plant. I'm probably going to have to find a dump for the... You know what? Oh, wow, we're sitting on 71. Huh. 3 minerals. Come on, man. I'm about to get a trade ticket, so let's donate some minerals. Oh, actually, I don't need to be donating these minerals. I can just build new habitat pods. So I've got room for one. Okay, so practically one. Oh man, I kind of messed up the numbers here. Okay, so I'll build a habitat pod here. This will still cover me, so good news there. I'm gonna take its word for it that this is sufficient coverage. And more importantly, I now have my 13 energy, so I'm going to hit the upgrade here. I'm going to also hit prioritize because we're actually really short on battery life. In fact, I bet everything's going to shut down. Yeah. I think I'm just going to live with that, though.
Device complete. Device complete.
And surely at some point, these 3 minerals will be taken care of. Also, another important step. Nope, outside my command area. So there's a number of very good arguments for me building out command centers. So I'll admit, I was originally going to put a command center like right here. This is the furthest I can go. But I would need to build another energy pylon, I think. Oh, and I need the isotopes. Somehow this got depleted before the other one. So I was debating on taking my industrial fan and like building a second one to deal with the smokestack. Maybe I don't need to do that. We'll see. Anyways, we're back to where we need to be for energy. I'd ideally like to get this thing up to level 3, but we're going to need 18 isotopes. And I think it's pretty clear I need to have a strategy as far as expansion is concerned. So this is the furthest I can get with a command center right now. I think I'll just take the opportunity. But we also just cleared out this empty plot, which means I can now take, I can get an extra mine once I get the 3 isotopes down. Looks like it's already clearing out the isotopes patch, so the game's basically doing exactly what I want it to do. Also, I believe we can turn on the defense turret sort of in perpetuity. Nope, still battery draining. All right. Wow, that thing takes a lot of juice. All right, good to know. Also, the Ashen Python, I believe, is now at full health. Let's get you back on your turret, sir. So this thing may still be able to take us through the next fight. I'm not sure, but okay. I think it's fair to say I don't need any more minerals right now. So we'll take you for the red artifact. I genuinely don't know about these guys yet. Somehow I forgot to survey this guy. Yeah, I'm really at the end of all of this, so we need 4 more bodies. Do we have enough jobs for everyone? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. I need 12. 9, 10, 11. Normally I do 12, but I gotta do 12 here. Slightly better access to power. And then eventually I'm going to have to figure out the conversion capsules. So those things take, looks like 3. I think that's going to come back to bite me, but I still have plenty of space to work with inside here. So we're also out of minerals, so I definitely went a little crazy on those acquisitions. Okay, so that's probably overdoing it as far as the new mining is concerned, but the plan is to eventually take the... oh, we can afford a purifier. So the eventual plan is going to be to build another mine. That's going to require a lot of minerals. That's why I don't mind sort of paying up for all of this. I'm going to prioritize the command center. And there will be a priority to upgrade that command center as quickly as possible, but sort of on the condition that, sort of on the condition that we're able to afford some of the essentials. What is this guy sitting on? 1 red artifact, 32 minerals. Okay. I am short on artifacts, but some of these are... Yeah, so this is a perfect example of something I'm willing to go for. So there's a small argument for me to expand the transport network to include sort of these spots. Okay, I've got space for the second mine. We can upgrade the command center right away, which I'm going to do. This is so I can expand out the territory as rapidly as possible, also so I can start claiming these isotope patches. And with a bit of luck, we'll be able to... this one I think I'm actually going to go for the red artifact. And again, this is just because I'm a little conscious of the fact that I'm going to be short. And we got some extra resources from bringing new bodies in. It'd be neat if you could get sort of a reading on exactly how many of certain buildings you have. Neat. They weren't kidding when they said this was a quality of life update. I was going to say, why did I take that? And I'm like, oh yeah, because there were resources inside of it. Okay, so this costs isotopes, unfortunately, but again, the idea is that we're going to have a more efficient mine. How's this game? It's been a while since you played a city builder. This game is really good. Again, I need to be, forthcoming in saying that I was given this key for promotional purposes, and I do have that epic affiliate link. So it's kind of there's two interests at play for me, in the sense that if you use the affiliate link, I get a little bit of money from it. I might be retiring that, by the way, because the terms are going to be changing, and I'm not entirely sure I'm going to be earning enough from that to keep going. So if you guys do like using that affiliate link, let me know. I haven't decided about it. Like, it's not on bad terms that I'd be leaving, but I am somewhat conscious of what I think the expectations are going to be moving forward, and I'm not sure that that's going to be the best fit. But yeah, with those two interests out of the way, I quite like Industries of Titan. It is in early access, and I think some people were mentioning that they thought that the game was a little too rough around the edges when it was first released. I actually quite enjoyed it on its own merits, so that wasn't necessarily a view I had on my own. But that's also probably not a bad thing for me to mention, in the sense that obviously there were some people who maybe didn't like it as much in its original form. I did, so this game might be a little bit more up my alley. But I think what makes this game interesting, in addition to the fact that it just looks really good and, there's just a bunch of interesting systems in place. And for instance, there's ship combat here. So apparently there's a part of the ship that's still damaged. I'm curious about that. So what I'm actually going to try here, I'm going to try docking this back at the shipyard. But yeah, so I mean, those standard caveats aside, I think this is a really well-made game. They've given a pretty good indication about where they're going with it. I'm quite excited for the vision. And I don't know, personally, I feel that in a lot of city builders, I run into the challenge sometimes of feeling like there's too many things for me to do and not enough guidance in terms of how I can accomplish them. I'm going to change the target here to one of the isotopes patches. I do need to build up so that I can claim these. However, my territory should have expanded, so I have a bunch of buildings that I can take a look at now. So like, here's a great little example, right? I've expanded out my territory. I'm looking for the rebels. And every time I find like a new location, I'm sort of able to say, okay, well now I'm going to investigate these ruins. Now I'm going to see if there's any resources that I have available to sort of plunder. And I'm, it sort of just kind of loops into itself, and I've got a very clear set of priorities that I can work on as time goes by. There have definitely been a couple of points where I've been a bit blocked in terms of what I can accomplish, but that's just largely due to a set of decisions that I have made and I kind of need to take ownership for. So yeah, I don't know. This game's really working for me. I'm not entirely convinced that if you didn't like city builders, on its own, that this would suddenly convert you into a city builder fanatic. But I very much feel like this is a city builder that was made, I think it's a city builder that was made with sort of people's interest in games like Dwarf Fortress and RimWorld and stuff like that in mind. And so, lots of systems, lots of kind of things to do, I guess, for lack of a better, you've got all these different stories that you tell about, oh, did you see that time that I tried to build this thing, but then, these are the stories we all tell each other about games that we really like, right? But I kind of feel like it's not like some other simulations I've played, which are very enjoyable in their own right, but run into the challenge that, like, it kind of feels like the game was built with sort of the game is very interesting as a simulation and maybe not very interesting as a game, is what I feel sometimes with some simulators, some city builders. And I really feel like this game has the game down quite well. We do not have remotely enough power. Okay. I think I do need to build an energy depot then. And that's actually not a bad little dump for my... Where do I want to put this thing? It's got to be hooked up to the grid still. Yeah, actually, the best thing I could say to you, Jez, as with most things, definitely ask questions, and I'll do my best to give an honest assessment. So I would have normally taken those isotopes and put them towards my command center, but getting the extra power was a pretty high priority for me. Unfortunately, I am really going to be waiting on the council now. Let's donate the credits for the extra... Oh, that's right. My command center doesn't have power. It's still early access, Prometheus. I think this game's going to be in early access until 2021. But it has definitely been built up. So this is the most current patch for this game is Quality of Life Part 2, which I think if it didn't just come out today, it came out very recently. So hot off the presses. Some of the quality of life improvements have been sort of... I also really like this song. So the power connections, you can sort of... I actually kind of need to figure out exactly how it works, because it looks like if I move... Oh, you know what? It's because it's on the crevice, probably. But now you can kind of Tetris your pieces a little bit. So now you can be adjacent rather than just overlapping for your grids, which is... I like it as a touch. I do feel a little stupid that I let the batteries run out like that, but that's life. As soon as the power comes back, we'll be able to turn the command center on. Of course, once we clear out these isotope patches, we're in trouble. But that's a tomorrow me problem. We're going to need 3 more isotopes. While I'm at it, I don't think smokestacks cost much in terms of isotopes, so we'll build a second one of those for efficient garbage disposal. I really feel like I need to upgrade the command center before I upgrade the industrial fan, but I'm not crazy about the fact that the pollution's still leaking into my headquarters, and it feels like it's a little more cost-effective to upgrade the fan than it is to pay for a proper filtration system. That's just the kind of guy I am. Okay, don't have any trade tickets yet, and I'm still waiting on a ship for one new pop. Eventually, I'm also going to... Well, you know what? I can start working on that now, actually. The conversion capsules only cost minerals, which we have in abundance. So basically, the name of the game is to pack as many of these things in the area without blocking off one of the access routes. It's like these stack up rather nicely. And sure enough, I do need to move one of these. So I'm going to take a relay, and this still does the trick. So I'm going to prioritize this one just so I can get rid of the other. Now, I don't have nearly enough red artifacts, but we've lost 2 citizens now. Just take the pollution and blow it as that. Exactly. Now you're thinking with portals. Okay, once this relay is done. Nice. So we'll dismantle this guy. Everything else still has power, and then we'll be able to get 1 more conversion capsule inside. In fact, while I'm at it, we should be able to convert at least. Actually, no, we'll convert as many citizens as we can. That should give us some options. And again, we'll prioritize the removal of this guy. So now we go to the building menu. Cool. So I suppose to make the most of the storage, I can put a battery. Yeah, I either gotta fill this with batteries or fuel. So I think every spot where I can fit 2 gets a battery. Every spot where I fit 1 gets a fuel tank. And again, I'm assuming later on in the development of the game, there's not going to be any there's going to be a penalty for me like entombing some of these tools, but I am going to exploit this to its fullest until they implement that. Okay, so we got lots of room for workers. We've got lots of room for citizens. I just need to wait for the ships to show up. Right now, we're just ripping out everybody's guts and turning them into effective workers, but we still. We still need to, we still kind of need to get the job finished. I've got a full workforce and nobody's actually doing anything. Well, I guess it's because they're all, building the conversion centers. So with that in mind, I guess the moment of truth has come as far as my access to red artifacts. So as much as I want the isotopes, it turns out that some of these like 2 and 3 level, some of these 2 and 3 level ones are actually pretty desirable. And I've run out of influence, so let's donate credits. I definitely need to get more citizens in here, otherwise they're not going to be watching ads to generate me money. These guys can connect. Fan can upgrade. We need 8 influence before we can bring in the new 3. They'll come with isotopes though, so that's a priority. There we go. Well, we're doing pretty well with isotopes, actually. So if there's anything on my upgrade list... I mean, the fuel silo would be nice. Also the turbine. Okay, well, let's get some upgrades in first. Actually, oddly enough, I'm short on minerals of all things. I would never have expected that. So I've got room for 3 more. I want to see what comes on this ship. Let's hold out for the 8 influence. I think we can pull it off. It looks like we can put more people in. Okay. So we're going to wind up giving up more of these pops once we get the red artifacts. But more important... Oh, perfect. Okay, so here's our first mine. We know that we're going to start working towards this. But we also have more ruins to investigate. Okay, so this is the maximum command center that I can build. Oh, I should do repair all if something... So you got to see that ship combat. If a ship gets destroyed sort of over your city, it will cause damage to the buildings, which is, I think, a fairly nice touch. Did I really not take the artifacts? Oh, I guess it's because I wasn't, I didn't have the influence for it. Alright, there's waste in the way, but that'll get fixed. Okay, looks like I need to upgrade the fan even more. And can I build my new fuel turbine yet? Yes, I can. So I'm kind of taking advantage of this nice surplus of isotopes to try and get a few upgrades that I wanted in. But I shouldn't be too reckless with it until I actually get this mine built. But with that in mind, let's start sketching out so I can get 1, 2, 3, 4. So I could do 1, 2, 3, 4. Okay, so we'll claim that and dismantle the rocks, because this might actually be a good spot for an energy pylon. I hope it is, at least. If it isn't, I'm going to cry. Unfortunately, this is going to be a complete beast as far as logistics are concerned. Oh, let's take a look at the fan. So, apparently this is what the new NVIDIA card looks like. This is how we get rid of pollution here on Titan. I mean, for all the resources I put into that fan, I was hoping for a bit more, but... Okay. Eventually, I do want to be buying these like residential office and conversion center buildings, but you'll notice that really my problems haven't been the fact that I don't have enough workers at the moment. My problem has sort of been I'm a little more constrained as far as my resources are concerned. So I'm going to build the council monument, or buy the council monument, because that's going to be something that can get me influence, which will ultimately be something that I can turn into getting like new territories and whatnot. But I just want to be kind of explicit in terms of the decisions that I'm making. But yeah, my goal at the moment will be to try and get as close as I can to these mines. Okay, I got to work out exactly how the logistics are going to work on this thing. So I've got so 1, 2, 3. I don't think this is going to cover it. Oh, wait a minute. 1, 2. Yeah, I think it's probably off by 1. I'm going to cancel that order. I wonder if there's test cases I can run this on. Well, that's interesting. Yeah, so you can actually be on the diagonal. Okay, so if I go by 1, 2... Cool. So I know we want to get these 3 red artifacts as soon as possible. Even at the expense of the extra isotopes. Now, whether or not that gets me access to the mine is another question. The other shame about this is that there doesn't seem to be a way for me to get a roadway. Unless we can build a road over a crevice, which would be awesome if we can. Yeah, sadly, we don't seem to have any transport over rivers. So this is going to be one of the costs of sort of doing business in this area, which is I'm going to be able to have... So now I've got a fairly steady supply of isotopes, which is good. But unfortunately, it's going to come in one of the slowest forms that I can get, which is people walking them there. So what I think I'm going to try and do... this mine is actually going to outlive its usefulness before too long, so I'm glad I didn't put too many upgrades into it. What I think I'm going to do is we will mine out the rest of these areas, we'll demolish this, and we'll build a roadway. We'll build a roadway basically so that people can... maybe we'll put like a storage here. Yeah, I got to figure out exactly how I'm going to make it work, but basically make it so that people can drive the truck to the to the depot as quickly as they can. I'm actually curious if I put the mine down. Yeah, so I could actually put the mine down here. That would still count. Cool. Okay, so let's connect you to... Draining fuel to... Oh, no, I know why. Because of the fuel turbine. It would be in my interest to build some redundancies in terms of my energy grid. I'm just trying to think what the next steps with my territories going to be. So I could build another energy production facility here. I could also build it here, but I'm just trying to think of places where I might be cutting off my transport network. Maybe I want to leave this open. The only thing is, again, putting stuff adjacent to a fuel turbine and a fuel silo, for that matter, is asking for it to go boom. But you know what? That's just a good excuse to invest in my defenses. Yeah, let's put down the energy plant. Really? Why can't I build you? Again, shortage of minerals. That was a pollution looking. Okay, this is manageable. We've blown it off to people we don't like. Just need my five precious minerals. I would like to upgrade the fuel turbine. I am going to need more fuel before too long. I just don't think it's the best use of isotopes at the moment. I think it would be much better for me to wait for the energy plant, upgrade that to a point where we know we need more from the fuel turbine, and then proceed. Again, we're a little short on resources. Also, at some point, I would like to build a storage facility. I'll probably build it... Actually, I guess I'll build it here. I just don't know if that really serves me as well as it used to, seeing as we're gonna clear this place out sooner rather than later. Then again, the same could be said for these mineral patches. They're not going to be here forever. Okay, well, I have enough for the energy plant, so let's get that thing down first. I suppose I'm ready to put down that pylon. I'm actually going to make that one a priority. And we do have our extra red artifacts, so... So if they convert it in time, we'd be able to bring in a new ship, but they're going to take their time. So I guess the question is, do I want workers more, or do I want...
Conversion complete.
I think I should be sitting on my... Yeah, I think I should be doing as much as I can to get this last batch of isotopes so I can finally get rid of this mine. Now, as far as I can tell, if you build a mine, it's like an infinite supply of the resource. That might have changed, but that's my understanding of it right now. Okay, so we're ready to claim that last isotope patch. I'll set the target. Now, in principle, I don't have to dismantle this. I could set the target towards the mineral. Actually, you know what? Maybe that makes sense, seeing as I am running short on minerals. There isn't actually a major reason for me to do any of this stuff at the moment. I'm doing it more in prep for future needs. And now that I see it, I can actually make a direct path. Okay, so killing this mine will be a priority. But only once I actually have the mine to deal with this one down. Once that goes up to 10, I'm going to harvest this for its red artifacts. Even though I'm short on minerals, it just makes more sense to connect. It just simply makes more sense for me to get the cheap artifacts where I can. Okay, so this thing isn't spinning around like its companion because it's not actually hooked up to the grid yet. So I'll do one last upgrade. And again, I don't have the command center to be able to put anything else down. This is about as far out as I can go, but I am able to put down a command center here, and that's going to open the doors to the future expansion. Also, I think I'm going to start with the residential sector. Okay, so we got more red artifacts, which means I get more workers. It is sort of lucky for me that the rebels have been leaving me alone. But I won't tempt fate. I would like to try and get the infrastructure in place to sort of build a stronger resistance. I might even consider developing this part of the map a little bit more so that I can justify building another defense turret. But we'll see. I mean, those defense turrets are expensive both in terms of the resources they take to build, but also in the energy costs. So even though you can turn them off, it still asks a lot of you. No way! But it worked when it was diagonal last time. All right. Well, that's a pity. So if I don't want to upgrade any of this stuff, this is the best place for me to take it. And actually, this isn't a bad sector for me to claim anyway. Okay, so I know for next time I can't rely on diagonals. This is fine. I would always have just mined this out for its resources. So we'll just wait for my influence to get where it needs to be. And again, I would have preferred not to have wasted the resources building this pylon where it could have gone somewhere else. So for instance, well, actually, you know what? If it comes down to that, I'm not going to get all of my resources back, but I'll get enough. And I'll respect myself if I... I'll respect myself more if I put it in a proper location. Yep, there's that next enemy attack. So the places I'm worried about It's really just this part of the map still. I think I can afford to upgrade this energy plant. I got to be a little more careful about the isotopes now, seeing as I don't have a direct source for those yet. It's worth remembering that I'm not just going to need enough isotopes to be able to build and upgrade this energy pylon. I'm actually going to need enough isotopes to upgrade the energy pylon and the command center, and then build a mine, which will give me access to the minerals, or the isotopes. And then on top of that, I would eventually like to have enough minerals to be able to sort of pave the way to efficient transport of those goods. So that's quite a few ifs combined there. Upgrading the headquarters is also not that expensive, so what I might do is I might make a storage layer in HQ. That's a tough call. I'll do an office just in prep. Office is kind of like one of my lower priorities right now, seeing as I'm doing okay for energy credits. You know what? I am going to do this upgrade. Unfortunately, I don't think I'm going to be able to afford the fully upgraded command center, but I'll at least be able to get a foot in the door. Just got to make sure that territory's right. Yeah, technically I could put it over here and get the maximum coverage, but actually, why not? We're doing okay as far as influence is concerned, so let's see if there's any other... So ideally I'm going for the ones that don't take up red artifacts, just so that I can kind of get the free mining. This one isn't all that expensive. It doesn't give me the isotopes, but it gives me minerals. And again, priority number 1, get the pylon up to level 3. Priority number 2, get the command center as high as it can go. But I'll allow for the possibility that I punt and then I just, I go for a mine that's sufficiently close. Okay, so it gets its level 3. Again, we'll prioritize that. We're doing very well as far as energy is concerned, so, as nice as it would be to upgrade the fuel turbine, it's really not a priority compared to some of the other things that I can be doing. There might be an argument for me building another ship, but again, we've kind of been dancing around resource shortages, so I've been trying to make do without committing myself to a particular path. I think I am going to have to make some decisions about where my priorities are soon, though. I also apparently completely neglected to notice that all of this territory here is accessible to me. This thing is going to be a disaster if it blows up, so I really need to make sure that the bad guys don't get near it. Well, I say bad guys, but we all know who the real bad guys in this thing are. Let's go... Yeah, I can afford the upgrade because this will be going up to level 3. We might actually be able to get away with getting this up to level 3 before I commit too much. So again, it's only minerals, but this is a free artifact. That'll hold off on. I'm not so desperate for minerals. I really want to generate 4 waste. Actually, you know what? Why not? A neon billboard with "Please don't shoot, thank you." All right, you're my new admiral. By the way, I apologize. I've not been taking advantage of the advisors for the last little while. So let me... Oh, are we out of targets? Perfect. Okay, this thing gets dismantled. Works every time. Hey, Jim, you're still here. Okay. Let's see what the Chief Logistics Officer has to say. Hey, Founder, I'm Sola Irala, your one and only Chief Logistics Officer. You can call me if you want something or someone to go from point A to point B. I've been doing this for a long time, and I've seen and moved it all. Vats of blood, live octopus, bodies, and an 8-foot statue of Einar Pier herself once. Just give me something to rig just give me some time to rig a vehicle together, and I'll get it moving. Speaking of, I think I have... Yeah, conversion center is the last thing I need to buy. I'm not going to start paving the planet yet. I'm not quite that insane. I am, however, going to upgrade the HQ. You know what? I think I might have just... I think I might have just ruined it for the third level command center. We'll see. Hey Founder, did you know that your transport hub only comes with one truck? If you want more vehicles on the road, you'll have to buy them from the hub. And if you want even more, who wouldn't, you can increase the truck capacity by upgrading your hub. You can access your transport hub anytime to start buying me some shiny new trucks. They only cost 100 credits each. Beautiful. Target this node by building a mine to begin harvesting infinite isotopes. Perfect. Unfortunately, no indication of where the rebels are yet. So I don't want to develop this too much until we know that we can build some defenses. But given... Yeah, there's a bit of pollution here, so this will probably be good for generating like more... more fuel turbines, maybe some of my storage and whatnot. This is a nice little sort of secondary base, but I'm not going to put... So I can't bury the structures that are... we are 2 isotopes away, so we've got it on the ground. I just need to get it actually moving. I can, however... start looking at the insides of these ruins. So the way I see it is this is going to be where all the residential and sort of working areas get built. This is going to be a little bit more industry and logistics. And I may wind up building a third spot to... I may build a third spot to take like a defensive turret just to kind of cover everything over on this side, but the problem is that I don't really have any indication about why I would want to protect this other than the fact that we've got a fuel silo and a fuel turbine which are going to go up like a Roman candle if they get hit the wrong way. Hey, we've cleared the pollution. All right. This is going to be my... here's going to be my other solution to storage problems. Gotta have some storage, right? Or some waste storage. So, I mean, that just devastated my minerals, but I don't think I'm gonna have storage problems for a while. And you know what? I think I might even make... like one of these... How much does this carry? 72. So like maybe I'll make one of these dedicated isotopes and one of these dedicated minerals so I don't run into these bottlenecks of producing too much of one. I mean, I probably should have built this before I started running out of resources, but better late than never, right? This is a thing of beauty. We're still waiting on 2 isotopes, right? And 7 minutes till the rebels attack. It's not like I need a 3rd truck, but I can buy a 3rd truck. And what's the point of owning a company if you can't buy reckless things every once in a while? Okay, so this is free isotopes. Oh, that's a beauty. I need 20, but... Now, mining-wise, I don't actually need anything else in the area except the minerals from the isotope or the isotopes from the node. So I don't know if it makes more sense for me to put the mine like right next to the source and then build transport to like to move the goods, or if it makes sense to minimize the distance for the transport. I guess we'll find. I mean, I think experimentation's really the only way I'm going to get the answer to that. So. I'll leave it be, but okay, we're ready to go. So that would mean I either want the 3 red artifacts or I definitely want the 2 red artifacts. It did say that diagonal was a bug though, so I think the shortest distance would be perceived as this, so I'll spend the 30 influence when I get it on the claim. I do also want to spend the 20 on the minerals here, just so I can clear this out and make a clear decision about where I want my my future improvements to go. But I don't see. I don't see a huge reason for me to like to overinvest my influence on tidying up this part of the map when I know that I'm going to do development up here and development over here. And of course, remember that I still need to get my economy sort of sure-footed enough to be able to maintain the two defense turrets. Well, potentially 2 defense turrets. So I think it's pretty clear I'm going to want to defend this area. I still haven't gotten the isotopes. Yeah, the big question mark right now is whether or not I'm going to find a new source of minerals in time. Oh, that looks like that might be a rebel building. I definitely haven't seen ruins that look like that. Now, of course, the good news is as I start clearing out all of these, I'm going to start getting more. I'm going to start getting more minerals just through the natural process of like harvesting resources on Titan. Like, so 6116, perfect example here of sort of, and I'm going to need this to be able to make my road, like to get the transport network hooked up to the mine. And there's nothing else for me to buy, so basically I'll be donating credits for the rest of the period. Okay, so we got 20 seconds before the rebels show up. We should have enough power to be able to turn this thing on and keep it manned anyway. When you start hearing the fancy music, you'll know it's party time. And territory-wise, how are we doing? A couple more to investigate. I should do an in-character playthrough where I'm kind of this slobbering Dauphin, like this, like the son of a council member or something like that, who's never actually had to work for anything in his life. It's like, hey guys, what does this red button mean? Alright, we are up against the Freedom K1. No enemy in range, I don't believe that. So apparently they were targeting the smokestack. These are eco-terrorists we're looking at. Oh god! There's new ones. The Light of Rhea. This thing might actually get taken out. Okay, fortunately my gun seems to be in range. I'm very lucky there. This is ready to upgrade. So what's the deal with this guy? Okay, he got damaged. We should still be okay. Again, just that light, I love it. I underestimated you, or should I say I underestimated how much weaponry the Council's money could buy. I'm going to enjoy stamping you into the ground next time. You're under strict instructions from the Council to ignore Bahar's, and I quote, perverse ramblings. The Council will be pleased that you bested them this time. Let's make sure that we do the same next time, too. So I'm going to send you back to the shipyard. I'm slightly curious to see what happens as far as the repairs are concerned. So I want to see if they start automatically repairing when I dock them. Let's make this a priority. It's already a priority. All right. Okay, well, it pains me to do this, but let's give these guys a fighting chance as far as logistics are concerned. The harder question for me is, do I put it straight down and to the side like this, or do I move it kind of to the edge and down? So 3 red artifacts, 2 red artifacts, 1. Okay, yeah, I know exactly what I'm doing here. I just gotta wait for the command center to come up. Don't listen, they're salty. Oh, speaking of, let's talk to some more advisors. So logistics officer's done. The Admiral. I see the flak cannon is now complete. Make sure that it's online and has employees available to operate it. This should slow down our attackers, but you still need more defenses, Founder. Our enemies may have reinforcements, and we'll need every bit of firepower that we can muster. So we're going to turn that thing off, because we know that the rebels aren't coming yet. Good work, Founder. I see you've got a ship that's ready for combat. I'll give you a rundown of the basic controls. Firstly, as long as the location is within one of your command center's vision, you can move your ship there. Second, the Council's rules stipulate that all fights must be one-on-one. Let's not fight dirty now. And lastly, please be mindful of where you choose to fight. Exploding ships can cause collateral damage. Try to keep fights away from your buildings unless you fancy repairing them, is my advice.
Founder, if we can't keep these rebels off our backs, we do have a last-ditch defensive option. Most of our buildings were built with the ability to burrow underground. This will avoid damage from incoming fire. It can save us in a pinch. But burrowing's not cheap. It costs credits to activate. Not all buildings can burrow either. Defensive structures and all connected buildings must remain above ground.
Okay, so they're not auto-repairing. We'll get the crew to do something slightly more interesting. Okay, so we'll donate credits just because there's really nothing for me to work with there. This upgrade's already happening, and I'm at the moment basically working my way to a transport network which will allow me. So the biggest use for my influence coming up is actually going to be moving these guys, like getting my road network in place to be able to actually set up the mine properly. Seeing as I'm sitting on some extra isotopes, I only need 4 more, so I think I am going to try and upgrade that energy plant. This energy plant consumes 16 fuel. So that is almost certainly a rebel building. So I know where my next command center's going. And you can actually start to see it on the map here. Alright, so we've already claimed this, so eventually I'm going to want to put a second mine down. I just don't know if I want to claim... This would be if I wanted the isotopes, this would be if I wanted the artifacts. I kind of want the artifacts more. Yeah. And then, I don't know, a nice tidy little turret in the middle here. I'm not sure about the roads. I think the roads might actually be still under threat. But can't have it all. I think it still makes sense for me to have the road here just for the smokestack, but I'll admit it's not as defensible as it used to be. The other question that I have is what the most sensible layout as far as logistics are concerned. So I have a big storage hub here. It doesn't really seem to make that much sense for me to build storage on this this part. By the way, this is the one case where I've actually made a mildly defensible choice as far as the layout is concerned. I could obviously pack something for storage in here because there would still be... Actually, come to think of it, I could get away with two, one here and one here, because they'd be able to access all of the waste receptacles still from the outside. And they'd still be able to access the storage container. But I don't know, there are some lines I won't cross. I'm also going to be getting somewhat close to wrapping up, so if you have any final questions about the game, now would not be a bad time to come in. I don't really do a lot of buy request stuff, but would you folks be interested in seeing more Industries of Titan on Friday? Because I would really like to play more Industries of Titan on Friday, but I also really like Phantom Brigade. And if there's like a clear preference for that one. The thing is, though, like, my intention was to do quite a bit of Industries of Titan with the new patch, because I know there's going to be some time in which I can do the same save without any without any changes or anything like that. So now would be a particularly good time for me to start doing that stuff. I think I should consider putting down a pylon either here or here early, just so I can get that command center down. We won't be taking out the rebel base this turn, but it's at least I can get the groundwork laid for that. We're still waiting on those isotopes, huh? I really should be messing around with my employee management, but if I do that now, I know I'm not gonna get back into the game. Yeah, so this thing's not looking too good as far as, Oh, hey, repair! I really should be paying attention. And we got fancy music to take us out.
Alright, Founder. Now's our chance to take the fight to the rebels. We can take control of their territory and disable their base of operations. To do this, expand our territory until it overlaps the rebel encampment. When our territory covers theirs, those rebels will flee and stop attacking us from that location. Then we roll in and occupy their facilities. Their infrastructure will be ours to control. All right, Founder. Then we
heard
roll
that.
in.
Ah, Founder, I see that you're making use of your storage containers. A very wise move indeed. You may not know this, but you can specify which resources can be held within each container. Select a container and find the filters options. This will give you greater control over how you sort your resources. As they say, organization is the key to success, Founder, and we all expect you to succeed. Say, Founder, did you know that you can select and destroy any piles of rock in your city, just like ruins? Just be sure to have somewhere to put the waste they often produce. There isn't anything I can help you with right now, Founder. I'll let you know if that changes. Let's see what Anar Pierre has to say.
Everything can be improved, Founder. Don't you agree? Revenue, employment contracts, buildings as well. Almost all of your buildings can be upgraded. Upgrading a building improves its functionality. Try it now, Founder. Your city is always in need of improvement.
This is really cool. I did not realize that you can repair ships like this. I am going to take my credits and start buying some new ships, but I would like to have a slightly more reliable source of new crew members before I go too much further along those lines.
Founder, have you built any buildings of the same type next to one another? As long as they are both the same level, you can connect them in the city view. Connecting buildings gives them an efficiency boost. However, connected buildings are unable to burrow. This makes connected buildings in your city much more vulnerable during rebel attacks.
This is why I'm a little reluctant to... Oh, Citizen Tarn died. Killed by sickness. Alright, looks like some of the pollution's coming back. I suspect that will also get worse because of the transport hub, but... It will actually be kind of interesting. So right now, the way that this is working... really? So why are there two people who are not? No citizens? No citizens. So there's... Did I build one too many then? I bet I did. And if that's true, that means I've got space for another conversion capsule. We're waiting for level 30. Alright, well you are definitely going to get... So this is the dilemma that I face with my mine. I feel like if I'm going to be maximizing the mine, and I'm gonna be like combining, like going for max efficiency on this one, I kind of need to have the defensive infrastructure in place to be able to make sure that I don't lose it. Okay, this guy's ready to launch. So I'm assuming if I just move our ship over near the enemy territory, that's not actually gonna... That's not gonna do what I want it to do. The tricky thing about this decision I'm gonna have to make in terms of turret placement too is that... So it might seem that it's like, okay, I want to throw everything into defending the mine. But if they knock out the grid, or sorry, if they knock out the pylon or they knock out the command center. If they knock out the pylon, I don't have access to the grid. If they knock out the command center, I don't know the tile that it's mining anymore. Oh, this is nice. So it does tell me the maximum mining rate. Okay, yeah, so it doesn't attack. I'm glad that we don't murder the homeless camp. We will only take it over and bulldoze it. We're ethical that way. Okay. I think at the very least I can put, well, I could if I had the territory. So I'll wait it out. And I was gonna call it, but we're gonna get to hear the douche 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 music in a bit. And as you can see, the usual plot, donating credits. There is a strong argument for me to build some council monuments, because that's going to increase the rate at which I get influence. In fact, I'm trying to think of what my good argument for not building one right now is. Let's put one of those up. I am eventually going to want to start working on my my residential area, but I did also say I wanted to get this. Well, yeah, okay. Actually, I suppose that's the argument for the residential center. It's clear that my workers are working really hard now. Like, I've got a lot of stuff that I want them to do. So building up the residential center will be what gives me more workers with which to accomplish my goals. So with that in mind, this is the coverage for the turret. I also need to make sure that I'm properly covered as far as the transport hub is concerned. Like, I want to make sure... Okay, actually, that's easy for me to deal with, though. So let's start with some residential complexes. Also make this a priority. So I'm kind of drowning in credits right now. One of the things that I can do to make my life a little bit easier is I can start buying some ship. I can start buying some ship designs. So the SCUA GT3287. It's a princely sum of 200. The Corvus, we've already seen. So the Osprey TX312, a misprint in the original manual that left out pages 31 through 39, resulted in nobody being sure what half of the dashboard dials actually did for years. The Bueto KM49839, one of the loudest ships in current use, pilots of the Buzzard often develop tinnitus. Or tinnitus. I'm not sure which it is. Is it... I don't know if it's Circine or Circine. This replaced the MD-20 or 32. This replaced the 22, which had some issues with a hair trigger self-destruct. The Kestrel KL299, I don't know if that's an FTL reference or not, built in the style of outer atmosphere ships, but perfectly adapted for atmospheric flight. Just keeping an eye on the energy credits. The Heron, a misprint in the original manual that left out pages 31 through 39, resulted in nobody being sure what half the dials of the dashboard actually did for years, so we've read that one before. We won't be able to get the rest... So if I build an office here, it's going to give me 5 pop jobs. Okay, cool. So I will eventually want to upgrade this thing, but this is going to have a pretty high isotope cost. And I do also want to make sure that I have a turret in place too. So we will harvest you for your resources. The funny thing about me is that like I'm spending these isotopes like I've already earned them, and I very clearly have not. It seems like it's actually going to take me a while to be able to get this done properly. This is one of the reasons why I moved up building the council monument early. Because really, like, I'm going to have to get enough influence to be able to clear all of these ruins to be able to make a road to the... to be able to make a road to the isotope node. Okay, we'll connect you. I think I can afford a new ship. Before I do that, let's donate the credits. The Serimas IK333, originally designed by Triana Pin, who later became infamous for being a key player in the destruction of a major rebel faction. I'm not actually building these things yet. That's just because I'm a little resource constrained still, sadly. Oh, I wasn't thinking. Yeah, just because I'm covered by the turret doesn't mean I'm covered by the energy grid. Okay, that's a bit of a drag, but not impossible to solve either. So this is pushing it a little bit as far as the... Oh, that's right, I need the isotopes. Okay, well, we'll just wait it out. So if I have a way of getting 12 influence, I do want that one for its resources. 11. 12. Welcome to the family. I don't know if there's a way to make the trade tickets move up faster, but it's definitely a major source of upgrades for me. Alright, I'll connect it even though it doesn't actually have any use for me right now. Oh, looks like I can build the mine. And we don't have the living space. Now we do. This is a tough one, actually. So here I would need to upgrade it by at least one. This is outside of my command center range right now. I think I'm going to build one over here just so I don't have to invest a whole lot into the upgrades. And as much as I'd like to upgrade this residential sector, I think I need to cool it for a little bit. How confident am I? I don't think I'm going to be able to get 12 in time, but let's see. Well, that shows what I know. Again, citizens are not useful to me in and of themselves. They're useful in the sense that they can either be turned into workers or that they can be put in front of televisions and buy ads. So I'm not necessarily going to upgrade the residential area or the office anytime soon. I do, however, want to start I do want to start upgrading my... we're one isotope away from being able to turn this into a level 3. I really do want that. But yeah, what I'm probably going to wind up doing is investing in some conversion centers. Those I will upgrade because that's going to give me workers. More workers are going to allow me to... they're going to allow me to, get my stuff done faster. And yeah, I'm clearly not going to bed soon. I'll try and get at least this ruins taken down so I can sort of break the back of the logistics work. It's tough though, right? Because I want to spend the isotopes to be able to combine this thing too. Yeah. Okay, this thing's ready to go. All right, we're draining our batteries. We can disable... Oh, that's already disabled. Well, I hope our grid is robust enough to... This thing is piled in garbage. This doesn't even count as an apartment anymore. Okay, already a priority, so really it's just a matter of getting the isotopes there on time. This will be exciting. Can we pull it off? Let's connect our mine. That should also take a little bit of pressure off the grid. This is a damn shame. We're probably going to lose the opportunity to get this staggered for 4 influence. We'll see. We might be able to build this thing in time. It's waiting on 1 isotope. Oh! Can I make cleaning this thing a priority? No. So we'll see how my people handle it. Okay, so this thing will be coming online before the batteries are drained too much. That's good. The more important question is, are we going to be able to clear out this residential area within 46 seconds? Look at this thing of beauty. That's 51 surplus energy we're creating, and we actually have enough xanthine that I could build a third of these energy plants somewhere, and we would still actually have a small fuel surplus. 10 credits a second. Oh wow, we're drowning in cash. Okay. Let's unlock some more models. The Spitzeus. Why do damage to your enemy when you can utterly obliterate them? The Eagle is perfect for just that. The Cathartes HG-56, originally envisioned to be a mining tunneling ship. The Vulture can cut through most buildings like thermite through flesh. I've got 2,000 credits left. The Kunter ET-3728, the heaviest ship currently on the market. Also looks pretty cool in terms of its layout. And the Caracaras T-64. The Caracaras is a thing of beauty and the only ship to ever be featured on the cover of Titan's marketing material twice. And we actually have enough money to buy it. So we've got our fleet taken care of. We also have some extra influence we're sitting on, which is good news for me. This means I get to mine that thing out. We've actually got 10 left over, so unfortunately I can't claim that little guy. But I bet I can get these ruins. I'll take it for the... So it's a story with you. No target. Congratulations, you just found your target. There is an argument for me upgrading the energy depot because, again, fuel I can kind of manage. First of all, we've already got a level 2 fuel silo, so we're sitting on almost 3,000 worth of fuel on its own. Like that's not something to be taken lightly. But on top of that, in terms of being able to keep here's how I think about fuel and energy in this game. If you're in the middle of like a terrible fight, if you're at the point where it's like, we absolutely need to have this turret operational, the fact of the matter is as long as you have enough energy in the batteries, that thing is going to be running. If you run out of fuel, like let's say you straight up have no reserves whatsoever, yes, your generators will stop, but provided that you have enough energy stored up, you're still going to be able to operate most of your systems. So as a whole, I've tended to overdo it as far as energy is concerned and not fuel. I suspect that may be something that will change over time. It does not seem... I would not put it past these designers to give me some... to come up with ways to punish me for making those kinds of decisions. But for the time being, that's how it's worked out. I'm also trying to think if there's some ways that I can... So if I start building an air purifier like in this area, it's going to kill the xanthine for the turbine. And it won't show me anyway because I'm out of isotopes. I can buy isotopes from the council, by the way. I want more... as far as I'm concerned, I want the influence because the influence is going to be what gives me the ability to claim these ruins. And claiming the ruins does two things for me. Number one, it's going to build the transportation network that starts getting the isotopes from the mine to my storage. And then the second thing that does is that through buzzsawing these things down, I mean, it's not obviously not buzzsawing, but through removing these things, I'm generating resources. So I'm going to get 61 minerals and 61 minerals, 16 isotopes, just by getting this thing that's in my way. Once this one falls down, by the way, I actually need to start making some decisions in terms of where all the roads go. But I'll deal with that when the time comes. I do also see some sense, again, it's a tough call as to whether or not I put it in a factory or, so a factory is going to cost me 10 minerals and 1 isotope, a storage facility 10 and 3. So I am a little, yeah, this is the funny thing. I'm kind of, so here's the thing about the storage facility. It gives me 100 in terms of storage capacity, and it costs me 2 isotopes more than a factory. But if I build a factory and I want to fill it with, storage containers, like one large storage container gives me 72, and it costs me 6 minerals. So it's kind of hard for me to say that like a storage facility is the best thing I can be building right now. Incidentally, I get the impression that factories are going to have a lot more to do as the game kind of as the game develops. So, for instance, resources. So there's refiner converts raw, unrefined minerals into refined minerals. Centrifuge converts unstable isotopes into refined isotopes, producing toxic waste. Purifier processes dangerous toxic waste, creating larger amounts of less radioactive waste. And these are devices that are coming in early access. More importantly, also says conveyor belt, so automatically move resources within buildings. So I have a feeling that it is going to be kind of going down the Factorio-ish sort of path where you... Factorio, Satisfactory, Door Fortress, there's a lot of these kinds of games out there now. And they're all, really loved by their fans. So I actually kind of need to start playing these kinds of things more because I really am out of the loop most of the time when it comes to these kinds of games. But yeah, as a whole, it definitely feels like this is moving towards a case where it's not just that basically this is a game where you're sort of getting all of these city building and simulation components inside. It really does feel like you are going to be setting up proper production lines. And, right now it's already kind of interesting. And you can see some of the challenges that I've had as far as being able to, manage my resources, trying to find a source of, for instance, isotopes, or finding out where to store everything. There's a whole bunch of interesting challenges that I've been running into already. But I also suspect some of the weird things that I do, like, obviously I want to build building X, which is not at all related to the task that I want to do, but it is very good for, like building a factory and filling it full of storage components, because it seems to be a better return on my investment than the storage facility. I have a feeling that probably some of those decisions won't make as much sense when the full thing is finished. It's a little bit like Phantom Brigade, right? In Phantom Brigade, I was talking about how right now high mobility and moving behind buildings seems to be one of the best ways to do combat. But we also know artillery is coming into that game, and when artillery comes into that game, it's going to be that's going to be huge. Like, I'm not going to be able to get away with a lot of the stuff that I do. Okay, so we're going to be able to donate credits in a little bit. That should give me enough to be able to clear this guy out. So this is going to give me a shot in the arm as far as resources are concerned. And I will prioritize these. In addition, I think I'm just going to get the upgrade in right away. I should, however, start thinking about the defenses. So it pains me to do this, but I think I'm actually going to put the defensive turret here. So my reasoning is this is going to be... So the roads are going to go something like this. In fact, I'm going to commit myself to that choice by building a road here. What I think I'll do on this spot... No, okay, actually, here's how I'm going to do it. So road up to here. I'll build some kind of storage facility. I'm not sure what kind yet here. So it'll be as close as possible to the road. And then I've kind of got my, not only do I have my infrastructure in place in terms of getting the isotopes to my central base, but I'm also going to be, I'm going to be a little bit better positioned in terms of, I'm going to be a bit better positioned as far as protecting those assets that I have, because I've already committed to upgrading the mine and making it so that it can't go underground. Now, I mean, let's face it, I'm probably going to have enough minerals as it is that I can probably build a big beastly defense. Oh! Look at that happy little mineral node there. Oh, today is a good day. Okay, so command area. This is the furthest I can get the... I'm going to resist the temptation. In fact, I bet... Okay. So I might change my mind as far as where this energy grid goes, or energy pylon goes. So if I put it here, it kind of blocks my infrastructure. Maybe I do want to put the command center here. It's going to be a little frustrating to handle as far as the connecting it to the grid is concerned, so... Okay. So I can get away with 4. No, but 1, 2, 3, 4... Yeah. We actually have quite a few options. I might even be able to get away with putting one over here, but I don't think I won't put a major priority in terms of being able to get it to cover these offices. I'm fine letting this just kind of sit where it is. But I should be sitting on some of these isotopes for a little while to So yeah, I should sit on those isotopes for a bit just so that I can upgrade the defensive turret, because the defensive turret is going to be what keeps my flow of resources. But now that I've got a mineral node, so this is a big one for me here. Now that I have access to an unlimited source of minerals and isotopes, it's going to be a question about how quickly I can move those resources to the places where they need to go. And fortunately, there's been enough sense in terms of the logistical concerns that I haven't given myself any major blocks. Technically, like, there's a couple of small places where it's like, okay, this isn't perfect. Like, you know, building the conversion centers over here. I mean, that's not connected to a road. On the other hand, it's also not all that meaningful. Like, fine, so they have to walk to be turned into workers. Oh, gee, like, what a disaster. I don't know how we'll ever recover from that. You know, I'm a little miffed that they're not fixing. In fact, maybe I should just build the conversion center now. So this is 12 and 2. Nope. I need to make sure that I upgrade the turret first. As tempting as it is, I need to make sure that my priorities are in order. I can, if I get desperate, donate artifacts. The only thing is that I don't know how you get artifacts back. I think once you use them, they're gone forever. There seem to be quite a few of them. So I'm sure my paranoia is not justified, but it's something I want to keep in the back of my mind. I'd love to have a massive workforce before I start throwing away workers. It is a bit of a shame to turn this one into artifacts instead of resources, but most of the level 3 ones kind of have these really big trade-offs. That's not really new. Turn that into artifacts. Oh, this is an obvious one too. So it's really just this 30 that's... So it's pretty clear I'm not going to be wrapping up until until I finish my network. Although I do need to get to bed before too long. Oh. So you didn't heed my last warning, so I'll show you how serious I am. Surrender now and I might show you mercy. Proceed to fight and I'll destroy you. When will they go tired of this nonsense? Deal with them swiftly, Founder. Our patience for them is growing thin. Now this actually has me kind of worried, because it's really taking time to get this defense turret built. I might even want to consider... I would actually consider building another ship, but okay, you know what? Because I'm a bit nervous, I'm going to do a manual save just in case. So the thing I'm worried about is that the Ashen Python's not going to be enough to supplement my defenses. But I do want to invest quite a bit into my defensive capabilities here, so... So if I'm not mistaken, this is the last thing stepping between us and essentially our logistics. Our full logistics capabilities. Again, it is such a shame to see so many people walking to the turret. The good news is the upgrades are not going to be as deadly as far as resources. But still, if we don't have this thing ready in 15 minutes, we're in deep trouble. And I would have built conversion centers to have some more bodies to work on these issues, but I actually think it's if I pull away too many resources and distract their attention in terms of construction towards the defense turret, I think it's going to work counter to my intentions. So I think it's better that I just kind of take my lumps here. We still have 10 minutes with this defensive turret being built, and we sort of have to hope for the best to a certain extent. But the good news is that we are going to be knocking down a few of these things relatively quickly, I think. So we can probably get this to at least level 2. Yeah, so this thing's getting ready to go, fabricating from resources. So let's priority, 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 priority. Be nice if I can get the 30. Maybe a little optimistic, but we'll see. So you can see I'm drowning in credits. I don't actually know what else to do with credits at this point. And there really is a side of me that thinks I should be building another ship, but not until basically anything that will be taking resources away from my anything that's going to be taking resources away from my my turret needs to kind of be put on the back burner. Now, one of the things I'm hoping, so there's a question you might ask, we can take a look at the priorities, right? So the question would be, like, why don't I make this priority number 1? And the reason for that is we're actually burning down a lot of these ruins. And what's going to happen is they're going to be leaving a whole bunch of resources kind of on the ground. So one odd consequence out of this might actually be that we wind up making resources more closely available to the defensive turret than we otherwise would. I am, however, going to put some new priorities in terms of getting that road down. Obviously, the road comes after the turret. And we've got 32, so if I would like, yeah, we'll turn this into minerals. I don't feel good about it, but that also becomes a priority. Everything's a priority, so nothing's a priority. So the really interesting question is going to be, if I get the resources for a level 3 turret, do I take it? And my whole hope of taking down all the resources sadly didn't pan out. So if I wanted to build another ship, this would be the time when this would be the time for me to consider. Well, once the last isotope comes in, that would be the time for me to consider building it, because it's not going to cost me any isotopes. But with 6 minutes, I should be able to defend the city. Yeah, so with that in mind, I think that's going to be where I leave it. This is a little reminder for myself. So yeah, let's. I'm going to pause, and we'll just see where things are sitting. So I realize I probably was talking to myself for the better part of the end of this, but here's the basic idea. So, we started off with a reasonably resource-rich little area. There were still some bottlenecks in terms of just how I manage things, but I'm reasonably happy with how that turned out. So like if you look at it, we still have some minerals left over. We've got a very clear path in terms of ruins that we want to take down. We got some reasonable development as far as the mine is concerned. And essentially what's going to be happening next is we're going to use whatever resources we've got our hands on to be able to expand out to another mineral node. Now, the fact of the matter is that I still need to worry about getting stuff moved from A to B. And it may be that I want to build an additional transport hub just to account for the sheer volume of material that I'm moving. So maybe it's just there's 3 dedicated trucks to the isotope node and there's 3 dedicated trucks to the mineral node. That'll generate quite a bit of pollution. So even though I have the fan blowing away the smoke... Oh, actually, it looks pretty clear now. Okay, never mind. But overall, I think this is a pretty decent start, even though this is supposed to be the high risk, high reward. The one worry, of course, is that because I spent so much time focusing on logistics, it's possible that I may be facing a situation where my military is simply not strong enough, and I'm either going to lose the Ashen Python, or I'm not going to be able to build a sort of a secondary ship in time. That's going to be a big test. So that's one of the reasons why I'm saving, because I know I'm almost at the 4-hour mark, and getting to the shipyard. Basically, the question's going to be first, which of these hulls do I want? I'm definitely inclined towards a level 3 hull, which is going to have lots of people in it. But that's the catch, right? If I want to build something with lots of people and lots of systems, that's going to involve a lot of minerals. That's going to involve, the resources required. And as far as crew is concerned, 12. That's, slightly less than half of my workforce. Going into manning one of these ships. Now, it's going to be great because those things get something like 6 weapons. It's going to be able to really pack a punch. But there's consequence. They also move kind of slow, so far as I can tell. So 11 kilometers. Well, the slowest is 9 kilometers. The fastest is 16. So it's. I suppose if I'm going to put a heavy ship somewhere, it would probably be in this area. It's also worth remembering, if it was 2 ships that came last time, it could be that we're going to be facing 3 ships, which means that it's very likely that one of my defensive systems is not going to be enough to hold the enemies at bay. But we'll see. Again, I've got 6 minutes in which to build a new defensive system. We've already got our defensive turret on the way. That's going to be up in 30 seconds. I think it's very unlikely that we're going to have the isotopes ready for this thing to act as a level 3 turret. So, sorry, did I say level 3 turret already? Level 2 turret. So I think I'm probably just going to have to accept that. And then once we take out the rebels, there's going to be 3 priorities. So I'm doing okay for minerals at the moment. We'll see how things are after the fight. But I'm going to build, you know what? You can hear the proper soundtrack. I'm going to build a conversion center over here. We're obviously going to expand out to be able to take the mineral node. And then finally, we want to expand out to take out our next rebel camp. Once we've got that, we're essentially in a position where the only thing holding us back is our influence and our ability to claim new territory. So at that point, that's going to be where I'm upgrading council monuments. It's also going to be a point where I start thinking a little bit more seriously about how I'm positioning my command centers, what kind of defenses I have in place. I might be investing very heavily in a navy and just put these juggernauts in sort of these choke points to make sure that things are properly defended. And then we can basically start hunting for the next batch of pirates or of rebels, because this is one of 5 camps. It's pretty clear that this isn't the rebel camp. So far as I can tell, even in the fog of war, we don't actually see any other places where they could be hiding. So we are going to have a little bit of a game of cat and mouse. But with that in mind, it's been wonderful having you all here and sharing Industries of Titan. Again, for those of you who are thinking of picking it up, it is currently available on the Epic Store. Whether you buy it on the Epic Store on your own or whether you buy it using my affiliate link, the affiliate link is down below. I can put it here for, I think I might still have Phantom Brigade up. Yeah, so that's for Phantom Brigade. If you use the creator code SystemChalk at checkout, I do get a little bit of money for that. But again, the more important thing here would be that Brace Yourself Games winds up getting your support. Obviously, if you have another creator who you want to give that credit to, or if you just for whatever reason don't think that I should be credited with a sale, that's completely fine. I much more care that the audience for this game get connected to it. And again, it's it's like what I said at the start. I really enjoy the game Surviving Mars. And what I like is that Industries of Titan has very rapidly grown from the early access period. Well, it's still in early access, but from like the first early access release to now the Quality of Life Part 2 update. Actually, I can put the roadmap up. I really feel like this thing has started to kind of appeal to me in the same ways that Surviving Mars is, and that wasn't quite what I was expecting. I was actually thinking that this would be maybe a more simplified version of a city builder, and it's not. It's very clear that they're going to be doing some fairly deep simulation here, and I think that's going to be really fun. I mean, if you just look at this roadmap, there's a lot going on. But and more importantly, the developers are very active. Discord on their Twitch channel. Really, there's lots of different ways to interact with this game. So let me just take a minute here before we all go. I'm going to try and find someone to host tonight. I unfortunately lost a lot of work due to Google Chrome. I am not too happy with them, to be honest. So I try to keep it closed as I can, but let's see if we can find someone to host tonight. It's just going to take me a minute to bring everything up and see what's going on. Oh dear, you do take a long time to load. Sorry, I really hate when the game's tabbed out, you don't get to hear the music. Come on. Oh dear, nobody's streaming Industries of Titan? That's a shame. Is anybody streaming Phantom Brigade? There's one. I don't know who it is though. It says playing whatever today, so I don't know how I feel about that. Ponce is currently playing Immortals Phoenix Rising. I don't know what that is, but Ponce is a Vancouver streamer, and Brace Yourself Games is a Vancouver company. So that is about the narrowest possible connection that I can make between the two, but it's what I've got. So Ponce is actually a really good guy. So he started off as a League of Legends streamer. It's probably what he's best known for. It's why he's partnered. But he's definitely broadened his horizons quite a bit. He's very good at fighting games, actually. But I think one of the real delights has been to watch him play the Dark Souls series and games like Dark Souls. So whether it is something by From Software like Bloodborne, or if it's something like, what was it called? Mortal Shell, I think was something off of the Epic Store that had that. Anyways, he's definitely a very relaxed streamer, and it's been delightful to kind of see a lot of the stuff that he's been branching out to. He's been doing everything from making beer and wine on the, on stream to trying out some more diverse games. I don't think he cares for League of Legends as much anymore. So it's been cool to see him still flourish, even when he's sort of moved his from his regular game. So I'm going to leave you in his capable hands. Looks like there's a few of you that are still sticking around. I will actually also mention that Night Valian is currently doing Doom, and I'd normally like to host him, but I have hosted him in the last couple of streams. I'd like to try and keep keep it even in terms of the people that I host. So if Immortals Phoenix Rising, I've never heard of this game, by the way. If this thing is not your cup of tea, Night Valian's another wonderful streamer that you can check out. But for me, I'm going to leave you with Ponce. I hope you have a good evening, and we'll see you all Friday.